Cheers, everybody. Good morning.
Sir England says, give us a U, give us a M.
406,000 minutes till Christmas. Good to know. Thank you.
Merlin the Blue says, Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, it's St. Patrick's Day, is it? Is it really? Cool. So, you've all come to join me for the second massacre stream.
Rhoda says, cheers.
Yeah. So, before we get started, I have made some changes to the text-to-speech stuff. So, firstly, I've turned it down a little bit. Hopefully, it'll be less loud for everyone.
Dale says, I have come to see more amazing work.
Thanks, Dale. So, yeah, hopefully it'll be not as loud for everyone. And I've...
Merlin the Blue says, I got the highlights from Rick Roll.
I might get rid of Zarvox. I've got rid of a couple of voices, or one voice that was pretty bad.
Voice says pipe logo Ukraine.
And I've got rid of emojis.
Says, evening, everyone.
Good evening, Ray. No more emojis. Talking emojis. Sorry. They were being abused, so they are gone. I had a lot of complaints about the text-to-speech from people. Some people complaining in comments, some people complaining on Discord, some people complaining to me directly. I don't want to get rid of text-to-speech because I found it really useful.
Jenny says, I can barely hear it, but that's okay.
Well, it's really for me more than for you guys, right? Guys and girls. Well, it's so I can interact.
Says abused. Who was the then?
Oh, it was all of you.
Says hello, everyone.
So for the start of the stream, last stream, it was chaotic. It was to the point where it put people off. Like, you know, people would they stopped watching after 20 minutes or half an hour. Either people who were in the stream left or people who were trying to watch it back.
He says, I wish to complain. There's no sexy voice.
So, yeah, I made some few changes. Hopefully, it's still going to be useful, like useful to me, but it's supposed to be less infuriating for others, hopefully. So we'll see how we go.
Linda Blue says, I wasn't put off. I fell asleep.
Boy says your channel, you'll show your rules.
Absolutely, but I'm not going to deliberately annoy people. And let's face it, there were people on my last stream that were going a little bit overboard.
Iverson says, I want to try Marmite.
Okay.
Dale says, thank you for that. See you.
So, just been mucking around with the logo.
Boy says, I want to remove all Marmite from the world.
Merlin the Blue says, and so it begins.
And so it begins. So, I've worked out how it's going to be mounted. I already knew how it's going to be mounted. I had to cut, this is just temporary, this back piece. I've got more acrylic on order. I thought I had large sheets of black and tint, and I didn't. So I don't want to do it in multiple pieces. So that's been ordered. I'll have that early next week. But basically, there's a backing, and it's sitting with standoffs. So you can see there's a gap. So the tiny Pico is just currently inside there.
Roger says, is there a top secret project is being 3D printed under a Pulo t-shirt?
No, just wanted to promote the Opulo. Promote it in the background. It's not on. And then I've got a sheet.
It says only 24,378,936 seconds into Christmas.
Yeah, see, stuff like that is what annoys people. I've got tinted black coming for the front. I don't really have anything that's big enough here to show how that's going to work, but it's quite reflective, which is a problem. So it's going to potentially reflect up on my wall.
Digicool Things says interesting that you started with the lesser half.
That's where the tiny pico sits. If I started with the other half, then I wouldn't have been able to light it up, and I wouldn't have been able to test if it works or not. Not without hacking wires onto the board, which was pointless. So yeah, that's why it's over here. So I've been working on the library. This is currently, it's online. It connects to...
You should go with diffuse black instead of tinted black.
Digicool Things says that makes a lot of sense.
Thank you. No, I don't want to go diffuse black. Well, you can't... Well, I've never seen diffuse black.
Presidoy says what direction are the LED wired, left to right or top to bottom?
No, they're wired down. They're in columns going this way. And anyway, so I've mapped out my... I've got some software that maps out...
James D. Cook says, are you going to include a silent sound effect?
No, because there's no sound on it. So, no, there won't be any sound effects. Anyway, as I'm saying, I've created a matrix lookup table for the whole thing. So I can use an XY coordinate to make something light up.
Presidoy says, can we program the one in your hand by text yet?
No, obviously, because it's not finished yet. And I've only spent about an hour working on the library. But I can update it via OTA as well. So that's all set up. And yeah, basically, I've got the ability to write text on it. But the way I'm doing it is not the way I want it. I need to do it custom, my own code. I've hacked an Adafruit library to get it working right now. Because it's not a full matrix, right? There's pixels missing, so that won't work. Anyway, so today I'm going to build the rest of it. I have already got a PCB loaded. It's sitting there. It's not in any way connected to the stencil printer. It's not locked in place. Yeah, I've already started working on a cooldown, James.
Also have the backlight.
But the cooldown isn't really going to do much unless I block people. The problem with the cooldown is I can't write back into the stream, which means...
James D. Cook says, can you wrap text around the bin?
No, and I'm not planning to. I can't put text back into the chat, which means if you write something and you're timed out and you don't know, if you're in a cooldown, you won't get a feedback. It just won't happen. And then people are going to just start spamming that message again until it gets said. So, you know, not every message has to come up in text, right? Yes, no, Ian, there's no stuck pixels there. That's by design. You'll see the pixels change every time it goes back and forwards. So,
Presidoy says with the SMD LEDs on the pick and place, what's the success rate for successful placement first try?
100%. What do you mean? I don't understand. What do you mean by...
Things says, will this sign also have the backlight?
No plans on a backlight at the moment. There's no way I can put a backlight on it and mount it at the moment. And my plan is to mount it there. But because this is built like it's not glued together like that one is, I could always disassemble and make something else with it later. I can just take these top pieces off.
Thinking back to Charmlow, what percentage are the placements are now on the new unit?
I still don't understand. It's not it doesn't work as a percentage. It's 100% placement all the time. Yeah. It picks up every time, places every time. It's not the charm high.
Merlin who says of James Sharman, good question.
No, it doesn't go over that one. This is way too heavy. This is about 5-6 times heavier than that one. These are the PCBs weigh quite a lot, and the acrylic sheets weigh quite a lot. So no, it's not going over that. And I also don't want my logo sticking this far out from the wall. That already sticks out about, I don't know, where's the ruler? About 6 centimeters, and then this one's going to...
I was thinking failure rate on the new one, but it's nice to see it's 100% good.
Yeah. Cool. it's going to stick out like 10 centimeters if I try to put this one on top of that one, and they don't line up perfectly. Right, I couldn't get that exact shape out of a PCB and align all these LEDs. It's very close, but it's not exact, so it would look silly. So, how am I going to reflow it?
Kirk says, can you make a raised platform of the same height as your hot plate to support the unheated portion as you reflow?
You'll see what I'm doing. You'll see what I'm doing for the hot plate. I have a hack. I've done my best woodworking skills ever. You'll see that when we get to it.
Show a notification on screen username is in the naughty corner for X minutes.
Yeah, I can't do that. I can't automate that. I can't write from that into my OBS feed. Anyway, no issues with the design so far. It's working great. And if you consider that I'm currently powering this just from the Tiny Pico. By the way, the Tiny Pico that died, it was the diode. It was a pretty old Tiny Pico, but I just replaced the diode. It's back in there working again. This is being powered from the diode.
As the boy says, are you planning any new code features on the new sign compared to the one on the wall?
Obviously, I can do 1,000 more things with this than I can do with that, for sure. Scrolling text down the middle and all sorts of animated stuff. GIF player, playing GIFs and whatever. We'll see how we go. It's going to take a long time to code. So this is being powered from the Tiny Pico, from my computer, and it's pretty evenly lit. Like even if I light up the whole thing, so if I reset it, you'll see in a second. If I can get my finger in there. Can I get my finger in? No. How about I just reflash it? Let's reflash it. And you'll see that when it lights up, it's going to go all red as it connects to the internet. You'll see the light, across 400 and something LEDs, there's no power drop at all. Because the way, that's why I did 4 layers. Okay, it's flashing. Okay, you see that? Look how even that is. So,
Rick the Almighty says Quinder would be proud.
Intermit Tech says, yeah, plenty of copper in there, I'd say.
yeah. So, I'm pretty happy with the power distribution, and I'm only plugging the power from one point. I've actually got 4 places to have power input on this to get it completely even. It is already online, but you can't access it. I can, you can't.
Kirk says Pac-Man eating dogs.
Maybe. Anyway, it's going to become a coding problem. Like once it's all working, then it's going to become a...
Intermit Tech says, then again, with the low current running right now, not too hard either.
No, it's not too hard, but the point is I don't need to be running this 100%. This right now is at 5%. I don't know what I said before. This is at 5% brightness. Okay, it's 15 out of 255.
Isn't everything nowadays a coding problem?
Yes, everything always a coding problem these days. So let's get started. I'm going to do it the same way I did last time. I'm going to have to somehow, though, stencil this, and it's going to be pretty... I can't show you me stenciling, but...
Alpha male says, will your face always be throughout the U?
Yeah, I'm always going to hold it in front of my face. Always. That's I'm not going to be able to type anymore. That's why I've got voice... No, I'm just kidding. Hey, Chris, what are we burning down? Oh, we might be later when you see what I'm doing with my hot plate. Right. So, as I said, the stencil is not locked in place and the PCB is not locked in place. And if I knock them, when I lean over, they'll go out of alignment. I don't know how this is going to turn out, but I've got 5 PCBs to try. Okay? I'm going to paste this board up now, and let's get onto pick and placing. So, I don't have any accompanying music for you to listen to while I'm doing this. What I might be able to do, I doubt it though. Will that stand up by itself? Maybe. Not that you'll be able to, can you see it? No. Okay, I can't really get that in a position where you can see it. Bummer. Oh well. Next time. Okay, I'm going to paste. Hopefully you can still hear me.
Merlin the Blue says crazy shark do do dee do dee do.
I'm putting a lot of paste on this. For those that remember, this is a massive stencil, bigger than I've ever used before.
James D. Cook says we could hear you say that.
You should be able to hear me, which is good. Okay, here we go. If I knock it, I'm in trouble.
Bruce says do what did he do, what did he do?
Okay, I can't hear you at the moment. All I can hear is my scraping stencil scraper, my paste applicator. So hold on.
Alpha male says do wah diddy diddy dum did do.
Okay, I think I got it. I don't know if it moved. So if I miss any holes, that'll be really bad. That'll be really painful.
Iverson says when did seeing become transparent left for a few minutes.
Currently can't hear you, just hold on. Just wait a second, folks. Just putting the paste away. Here we go. 2 time. Oh, cool. Fingerprints all over the PCB. Okay, I'm back.
Alpha male says is that your own screen pin.
Merlin the Blue says she looks good. She looks fine. She looks good. She looks fine. Wedding bells are gonna chime.
Okay. Got my
Chris says doobie do.
Okay, just realised I didn't turn off my autofocus. Maybe a second. Get rid of the flickering. Okay, so let's see if we can move the camera a bit closer. Oh, without knocking my coffee over. That'd be good. And see if we can get the microscope into focus. So that pasting is off slightly. It's offset, but it'll be fine. Not, as I said, I couldn't align it.
Alpha male says once on a high and windy hill 2 lovers kissed and the world stood still.
Yeah, see, that type of stuff you don't have to say out loud, Fred. You can just write that in the chat. It looks like there's paste everywhere. It is slightly offset. I'm not sure if you can see.
Tricky Ricky says remember to get the first 40% around the wrong way.
No, I'm going to do them all the right way this
Male
time.
says ha ha ha.
Okay, so I think we should start. Now, should we start by putting caps on, or should we start by putting LEDs on? And where can I get my... So I want to see if I can get the camera in a bit better position. Also found a whole bunch of resistors, caps, not resistors. Okay, how does that look? Can we do them? No, let's not do them 90 degrees off. Let's not do them off at all. Let's do them perfect this time. How's that focus, everyone? Is that good? Head-mounted camera. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. That wouldn't hurt my neck after a while, would it? Yeah, free space on the desk is a problem. I've had to move a lot of stuff.
Frank says it's lovely.
I've got a very wide desk, which is good.
Melinda Blue says, sorry, I lost my focus and wandered off.
Haha. I might put some caps on first because I got a whole bunch of caps, loose ones here from the other day.
Kirk says angle is good. Glare is not so good.
Yeah, I can't do much about the glare, sorry. It's just the... If I turn the light down too much, I can't see. Yeah, so my desk is not very deep, but it's quite wide.
Julia Freeman says, YR. How's everyone doing?
Doing good. Thanks, Julia. How are you doing? Okay. I'm going to try to just put some of these caps on first, assuming that I can even get the camera in the right spot. Okay, here we go. Someone going to time? What time is it? We're starting at the 23-minute mark. I'm not going to remember that. Excellent. And my tweezers are sticking to the components already.
H says getting ready to count.
Okay. If I'm placing it, it's off camera. I'm sorry, I can't move the microscope every time to get to the right spot. I apologise.
Nick says right. Let's try that again with the correct account.
Is that my computer?
Graham says good morning all.
Good morning. Is that my computer making the noise?
T-E-H says message retracted.
Beak says, and now you know my real name, McLeod. It fails.
Ah, that's quite funny. Quixotic. Quite funny. Oh well. Yep. Fail. Internet fail. My computer is... The fans are going full on. Can you hear them?
Beak says it's saying really loud. Or is the TTS much quieter this time?
The TTS is turned down to not annoy people because it was annoying people. I'm trying to think which way. This is going to be harder to move around. I'm going to risk knocking paste more with this. So I've got a whole bunch of caps on my desk from the other day that I just moved aside because they're all loose. But I kept them, I didn't want to waste them, so I'm putting them on first.
Beak says, so how many LEDs is it this time?
So there's 1,063 all up. We did 497 last time. So, not that many more than last time. A few more caps than last time. See, I'm already at the edge.
Soldering says 566.
But we know it's going to work this time, right? So...
Beak says my PCBs arrived today, but the parts are still stuck in office unknown.
yeah, I've got a whole bunch of
It
PCBs.
says as long as it's not 666.
I've got a whole bunch of PCBs that have been finished now for 2 weeks that are just sitting at JLC PCB and they can't get out. That's rather frustrating. My Reflow Master Pro PCBs, my Optical Inspection Revision 2 board.
H says it's the walking, talking, pick and placing maker man.
So yeah, that's the Shenzhen
Says
lockdown.
perhaps Cian will need to rotate 100 LEDs today too.
No, I'm not.
Beak says, did you change something in the lighting? It looks clear this time.
No, I think it's just because it was darker. Once the more light comes in from the window, it's going to brighten up a bit. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, that was all the LEDs, all of the caps I had on my desk. So let's start putting LEDs on. So, triple checking the right orientation. It is correct where it is now. I'm probably going to have to open up another reel of LEDs. We finish these soon, but here we go. All over my desk. Like little ants. Okay, placing number 1. Can you see? Maybe? Okay, here we go. First LED. 1. 2.
Says, is that the right way up?
No, I'm putting them upside down. The first 300 are going upside down. Then I can fix them. Yes, it's the right way up. But we're going to double check it. We're going to double check it.
Beak says, anyone else having deja vu?
People says count, treat me ha ha ha.
Ha 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 ha, indeed. Okay, unplug you. I'm just going to bring my other logo over. And I'm going to compare the orientation. And we are good. We are good, folks. Yay. Okay, so. I almost did this board yesterday. So as soon as I got the code working on the other PCB, and I knew it worked.
Says, does nobody remember count from Sesame Street?
Oh, yes, I remember that. So as soon as I got the board lit up, and I started playing with the
Says,
code.
are we nearly there yet?
Yeah, we're nearly there. 7. We've done 7. I straight away wanted the rest of the logo done. So I actually set the stencil up and the PCB yesterday. And I was going to just do it myself. I thought about streaming it, but BitLooney was streaming. And I don't like clashing streams. It's not fair. So I watched his stream instead.
Paul Target says, no, I'm the count.
Paul's here! We missed you on Wednesday. I was calling for you to
Beak
count.
says 10 down. Many more to go.
More than 10. I've done more than 10. It's 13.
Sir England says never cross the streams. It's
Never.
an end of the world kind of thing.
Yeah. It's also just not polite. I don't think anyone's streaming this morning. That's why I did it this morning. But it took all of my...
says this stream is sponsored by some PCB company.
This stream is sponsored by PCBWay. It took all of my willpower to not make this yesterday. I figured if I was going to sit for like 4 hours doing it, I should share it with everyone. Oh, by the way, not that I'm implying anything. I'm not implying anything, but I've hooked up Super Chat and Super Sticker, I think.
Paul Target says thanks for the welcome. Sorry I wasn't there for the count.
Okay, no problem.
Sir England says welcome to the podcast stream. All words are spoke with delight and drama.
See, this is like what it was the second half of the stream on Wednesday, where the TTS was nice and tame, and we could have good conversations about pineapple. It was just the start last time. Everyone got excited, had to get their TTS.
Beak says anyone else having deja vu?
I am. Everyone had to get their TTS out of their system.
Sir England says is no longer a 5-year-old child with TTS.
Super chat!
How was that? Who was that? Johnny! Thanks, Johnny.
Paul Target says pineapple, but never on pizza.
Always on pizza. Thanks, Johnny. You didn't have to do that. As I said, I wasn't suggesting anyone did it. But I guess it works. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. The first thing I did on the logo, by the way, Johnny, was did a pink outline around the outside edge.
Steve Kirk says would be Looney's pick in place work on the
I don't know.
Rick the Almighty says wahoo.
Beak says is that LED the right way round?
Yes, they're the right way round. I don't think the light placer has a big enough place
Sir England
area.
says you need to now say the super chat message for them in a special voice.
Merlin the Blue says Johnny got rickrolled by Son. Jay says he.
Hey, Jay. No, Johnny didn't get rickrolled. He didn't. But anyway, I want to let people know that it was there. And yes, I have permission from BitLooney. He gave me the files.
Beak says why is GLaDOS voice not available?
Who? I don't know. I don't know what that voice is. These are the ones I got. That fan on my computer is driving me nuts. Well, not really, but...
Beak says GLaDOS from Portal.
Super sticker!
Super Sticker works too. Who was that? Rhoda. Thank you, Rhoda.
Jay says sorry. Is this the same PCB or another?
This is the second one. This is the M.
Sticker 2. Beak says if the fan on your computer is connected to your notes, you have a wiring issue.
Merlin the Blue says GLaDOS, are you crazy?
Rick Roll says I wanted to be a rolling rig.
Okay. No, the computer's not connected to my nuts. That'd be bad. Okay. Anyone counting? I think that was
Says sorry the delay. What did I miss? Don't knock their SMDS on the floor.
Beak says this is a triumph. I'm making a note here. Huge success.
Rick Roll says first come first server : D.
so much nicer without the emojis. Wonder if Keen's awake. You awake, Keen?
Rick the Almighty says Mr. England.
Krazadoy says what did a bit say to the other bit one?
Beak says, have you found a better way to reflow the solder?
No, but I'm going to do something a bit crazy. Hopefully I won't set my desk on fire.
Roll says Johnny Birthday.
I'm going to try not to set my desk
Roger
on...
says 38 leads and 13 minutes so far.
Try again. I'm going to try not to set my desk on fire. I can't promise anything. I should get my...
Says hairspray and a lighter.
Yeah. No. I did some woodworking yesterday.
At least if you to set your desk on fire, we'll have it on video.
That's very
Mr.
true.
Says is the 2 pads per left side or 1 pad?
Graham says ooh, fire.
Nadamat says don't forget to like and subscribe.
4 pads per LED. There's a data in, data out, VCC and ground. Okay, I'm going to also try...
Your desk on fire has to be good for 10,000 views.
I'm not sure YouTube would be happy with it though.
Messier says I try to not set my things on fire, doing well so far today.
Rick the Almighty says looking forward to the Patron exclusive woodworking video.
Doing good so far today. Day since setting self on fire. 1.
James D. Cook says just use photon torpedoes.
Yeah. Oh, I missed a bunch of cap positions. To get some caps out.
We Are the Borg says you will be assembled.
Beak says rule 0 do not be on fire.
Do not be on fire. I don't recommend being on fire. Oh, you can't see that. Sorry. Can you at least see me doing it in the wider view? When I go off the microscope view, oh my, that thing's in front of where my hand is. Hang on, I didn't even realise. 1 second. Let's see if I move this.
We Are the Borg says fire at will.
Beak says yes.
Paul Target says I've been remodeling the camper van. So far no fire but electrics mixed.
Alex says we see the tweezer tip placement.
Beak says what did we do wrong?
Okay, I think this is better.
We Are the Borg says Star Trek Picard rules.
I've only watched episode 1 of season 2. You know what I'm watching? I just finished watching The Last Kingdom. I was a big fan of that. And they just released their very last season, which is good. They finished it up nicely. But I just started watching...
Nadamat says, are we all here to watch Unexpected Maker go round the bend of the M?
Around the bend of the M. I started watching...
I can't watch the Card series too as they change the streaming service, not happy.
Yeah, no, they put it... Paramount taken it and done their own streaming service. I'm watching Taboo. And I'm really enjoying it. It's on Netflix. Tom Hardy. It's really good. Highly recommend it.
We Are the Borg says I'm still watching on Amazon.
Krazadoy says who are fire, who are ladies and gentlemen, this is a fire alarm. A fire has been detected in the workshop, please.
Yeah. Firstly, there's a limit on how many characters. Absidy. And also, yeah. Okay.
Beak says this is not a drill, this is a drill BZZ.
It's not a drill, it's a drill bit. So when
Krazadoy says an alarming message.
Beak says that so did it work.
What didn't work? No, you can't do sounds like buzz and whatever. It doesn't know how to interpret that. So I went and cut some wood on my circular on my drop saw
Big
yesterday.
says be alarmed, this country needs more alarmed.
Boy says at unexpected maker, are you on light duties there?
We Are the Borg says Taboo was too short, needed more episodes.
Paul Target says Taboo is great. Ex-rapper I follow is in it. He also has a great podcast called Distraction Pieces.
No spoilers, please. No spoilers. I haven't finished watching it.
Someone says, Ian, are you using the microscope to place them? Or is that just for viewers? James D. Cook says, does character limit include the length of the nickname?
No, it's the length of the message. I'm using the microscope to place as well.
Jay says, so we're using the right orientation to start this time?
Yes, we are. We absolutely are.
Absidy says this is a test.
Absidy, there's no need.
Beak says 200 characters including the bang say.
I will shorten it if people abuse it. It's got to be fun and useful, not annoying.
Noxie says, hey Cian and everyone. Just finished Taboo the other night, it was great.
Yeah. I wasn't sure what to expect. Like, I knew what it was about, but I wasn't sure what to expect. But it's, yeah, it's good. I really like Tom Hardy as an actor. He's great in it. Really good. And Yaz and I...
Hello all.
Absidy says, I apologize to all for any offense. None was intended. I was having a hyperactive attack.
Beak says which streaming service is Taboo on?
Jay says 566 LEDs on this one.
Alex says this stream sponsored by Netflix.
No, it's not. It's Taboo's on Netflix. This stream is sponsored by PCBWay. Well, it's sponsored by
Is
me.
it possible to use hats instead of caps?
Target says who's got the count for the end of this row.
T-E-H says fun for who?
That Victoria voice is terrible. I'm going to get rid of Victoria, I think. Very hard to understand.
Jay says this stream is sponsored by PCBWay.
Exactly.
Absidy says, are these WS2812B lights?
Or they're compatible, yes. They're SK6805. But they use the same protocol.
We Are the Borg says Taboo was great, but I didn't feel the last episode finished the story.
Okay, no spoilers. No spoilers. Well, it's only season 1.
Started watch Picard and I'm up to date on Star Trek Discovery, enjoying so far.
Yeah, Discovery's good. I didn't enjoy the start of the season, the first half.
Absidy says, what is your estimated max power draw?
Beak says no spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers. Well, my estimated max draw is going to be quite low, much lower than I thought it would be. Because these are just super bright LEDs. I don't need to run it very bright at all. So probably 1.5 amps. I reckon I could get away with. We'll see. I don't know. I have a 30 amp power supply. So I'm pretty sure...
The Borg says I worked hard to word that answer without spoiling it.
Yeah, with regards to the end of the season of Taboo, no spoilers please. It's this end of a season, so it doesn't have to, unless they're only making one season.
Jay says at max power this character is 2.83 amp.
Right. With all 3 channels turned on? So you mean in white? White 100% brightness? Because I'll never be doing that.
Beak says Cian, are all your boards still open source for the schematic and PCB?
Jay says yes at 5 ma.
Noxie says, sorry to say Cian first season was made in 2017, so I don't think there will be another.
What, of
Jack
Taboo?
says I'm watching Picard Season 2 when I finish all of Deep Space Nine. Almost there. No spoilers, please.
Absidy says, what is the interface to the sign, USB or Ethernet?
As is built to code says on a pure t-shirt behind you, do you have the Lumen PNP? Could it be used to place your LED letters?
Okay.
Noxie says yes, Taboo was made in 2017.
Okay, I didn't realise. Oh well, that sucks. I'm going to stop watching it now. No, I don't have a Lumen. I'm not buying a Lumen. I don't need one. I've got a rather good pick and place machine. But I bought a t-shirt. So that's what the t-shirt is for. I bought a t-shirt to support them.
Noxie says it was made and released as a BBC British season.
Okay, thanks for ruining it for me. I'm not going to finish watching it now. Quixotic Geek asked about all my boards being open source. They're not. I release schematics for pretty much all my boards. Most of my boards I don't release PCB files for now, or whatever. It depends on what it is. Open source has been a really interesting thing for me. Okay, I'll watch to the end. But now I know it doesn't go anywhere. That's kind of frustrating. I wish you wouldn't have told me.
Jay says at 33%, both characters is 1.77 amps.
Target says Tom Hardy has said repeatedly he will make Season 2. Apparently it's scripted and funded. Just a matter of timing.
Oh, that's good to know. Anyway, I was going to say I've had a very interesting.
Seeing it as go somewhere. Don't worry, the story in season 1 has a conclusion.
Beak says I want to put my designs on the line as open source. Which license do you use?
We Are the Borg says he said it didn't go anywhere. You said no spoilers. TEH says in China all products are open source.
Rayburn says Taboo is an 8-part miniseries.
I use the CERN open source, the open hardware license. But I use there's different versions. I'm using the version 2 of the license. Gotta be very careful which one you do. If you do the latest, version 3, they've removed the...
Alex says 95 LEDs on a wall. Take one out, put one on. 96 LEDs on the wall.
Okay. You have to be very careful with the new CERN license because they've removed the clause that if you use the files and change them, that you must...
Version 2.
Yeah, that you must put them back open source again. So be careful. Definitely use version 2 of the license. Yeah, I've had a really interesting journey with open source.
Jay says both characters at max is 5.32 amps. We Are the Borg says I'm confused with the various open license.
Yeah, there's a lot. I use CERN, as I said, CERN for hardware version 2 and MIT for software. I truly believe in open source, but for a company my size, it does more damage than good. Or it has done more damage than good.
Beak says one of my boards is based on bits of your original Tiny Pico, so I'll have to use the same license.
Jay says
that's correct.
Applies for GPL. Use version 2 for most peeps.
Okay, I'm gonna
James D. Cook says it's 2 for PCBs.
Yes, CERN 2 for your PCBs. For hardware, yep. I mean, you don't have to, but it's definitely one of the best ones, and it's got the most protection, but there is no protection. That's the problem. People don't read the license, and people do what they want to do anyway. So, it's an interesting dilemma.
Jack Mac says, I like the Tapper approach. Open source after costs are incorporated.
But that's not really... I get it. That's not...
I would be curious to see how your PCB footprint for the LDO we both use differs from my version.
Jay says so same soldering method for this char?
A slightly different approach to the soldering method. Yeah, recovering costs
The
first.
book says the biggest line most people make equals I have read and agree.
Yeah.
T.E.H. says an open source license is only as good as your bank balance when it comes to a fight.
Well, it's actually really hard to fight.
Noxie says if you haven't got the funds to challenge the person in court, whether open source or patented, it's worthless.
James D. Cook says, does open source protect us from patent trolls?
No. No. And the problem with... You can't fight open source issues in court because if you don't have access to all of the history of the other design that you're fighting against, then how do you defend yourself? So, yeah. It's not even about money.
Jay says Monsanto is patenting life forms, Sue.
I just realised you can't see me on this view. That was me drinking coffee, which is getting cold. Okay, I need to go back and do some caps.
Beak says I would be very surprised if someone was crazy enough to try to make my designs commercially.
For me, it's been more about the software.
He says an unexpected maker money no object, time no object, knowledge no object. If you could design and make anything, what would it be?
Alpha Male says that is good that we can't see you.
It's good you can't see me, thanks. I'm just getting some caps out. I don't know what I'd make if I had... yeah, I don't know.
Confused says hi Sion. Back to work again?
Hey, Stephen. Back to work again. Yep, I'm trying to get the M built.
Jay says just testing. Solo OO.
James D. Cook says Mum called. Check you later.
Catch you later. Yeah, I don't look at things like if I had unlimited time and money, what would I make? That's not how my brain works.
Borg says it is real to invent something without finding out afterwards someone else invented it.
Absolutely. Invented it, or invented something like it, or invented things that are important to it, or whatever. Yeah. The only people that win is the...
Says, I swear I remember you buying a pick and place. Have I been gone too long?
This won't fit in my pick and place machine. I don't think this will fit in any pick and place machine that's under $250,000. This PCB is massive. So yeah, that's why.
Jay says actually prior art can be quite important in getting a patent, so previous stuff can be good.
Target says okay.
Okay, back to LEDs. Is anyone counting?
Absidy says what was the first thing you bought or were given growing up and built as a kid, and what was the first thing you designed and made from scratch?
We Are the Borg says the flick and place you had may have worked if you put the PCBs on the floor.
The first thing I designed was a time timer, which is for those that know anything about autism or ADHD.
Target says one.
It's a special type of timer used for people that have... Yeah.
Robbie says, evening all onto the MOE.
Alpha Male says it only counts if it works. Alex says 123, now 124 LEDs.
Absidy says I have that.
Jay says at end of this row you will have 126 done.
Excellent.
Noxie says, did you find the timer effective, Cian?
Jack Mac says I have several timers. I would love to have them synchronized.
We Are the Borg says I know about a DD or squirrel.
So I didn't make the time timer for me. I made it for my daughter.
Jay says 440 remaining.
But it was my first PCB. It went through quite a few different designs, but it ended up being a full PCB with a screen and RTC, and it had a SAMD21 on it and whatever, and she didn't really use it because the battery didn't last long enough, because, you know, driving a big TFT screen.
Autistic women of the world unite.
But it was a great learning experience. Can't remember what the first electronics kits I ever built were like when I was a kid. Dick Smith kits. Can't remember what they were. It's a very long time ago. Fun way into electronic stuff. My dad used to push me to do electronic
Rick
stuff.
the Almighty says I like the SAM chip.
My dad used to push me to do electronic stuff, and I used to push back and refuse, and I totally regret it now. But, you know, when you're a kid...
Jay says according to rotor data 2.32 hours required.
Well, that's a lot less than 5.
Roger says at this rate it will take you almost 2 hours from now to complete.
And how long have I been going for? Almost an hour. But then it's going to take me 2 hours to reflow it. Or 2 days to reflow it if I burn my desk down.
We Are the Borg says apparently, if you can get an DD suffer to sit and finish a test, they generally have high IQs.
Rick the Almighty says my stepdad was into audio, so he built a radio tube amplifier.
Cool. Very cool. Okay.
Mousy says, Cian, I remember the Hot Wheels stuff you made.
Absidy says, are you into model railways?
Yeah, I never finished the Hot Wheels project, much to Flynn's dismay. He reminds me of that all the time. I was into... I had an N-gauge. Kind of a... I had a small model railway. I had all the parts to make a big one with my dad, but we never did. Again, one of those things where I think he was more into it than I was, or he was trying to find things for us to do together, and I was more interested in being social.
Absidy says, what was your fav class of train on the model?
Beak says I am building a model railway in my living room.
In your living room? Don't step on it. Oh, not on the floor? I don't know about what like, this is a really long time ago, guys. Like, I was 8 or 9
Beak
years
says
old.
I am even making the track by hand.
Making the track by hand. Wow.
We Are the Borg says I have a double O layout in the shed waiting for me to carry on making electronic guides for it.
Cool. I didn't have the space to do anything like that these days. And like, trains never did it for me, to be honest with you.
Beak says it runs on the shelf along my living room. 2.4 meters long, narrow gauge HO.
Oh wow, cool. The thing I didn't like about trains is they were just went round in circles, you know what I mean? It was a yeah. I think that's why I just never really got into it with my dad. It seemed pointless. If that makes sense.
Yay, 6 foot by 4 foot takes up a lot of space.
Beak says I got into PCB design after a long break so I could design circuits for my railway.
Wow, okay. Okay, I need to reorient this board because I'm having trouble reaching over with my hand, and I don't know how I'm going to do these middle ones yet. So I'm going to have to go probably this way, and now remember to turn the LEDs the correct way. This should be fun. It'll be fine.
It says just like NASCAR, left turn, left turn.
Beak says my layout is 30 centimeters by 240 centimeters.
Okay. Probably be faster if I had the LEDs closer.
Target says my uncle was a well-known model railway bloke. Some of his layouts were incredible.
Beak says Cian maybe you should have started in the middle and worked out words.
No, it's okay. No, but I'm going to... Just quickly, I'm going to stop for a second. I need to... I'm just going to switch cameras. I'm going to stop the TTS, if I can, and I'm going to get rid of Victoria as a voice, because it's terrible. And I just need to anyone that's got Victoria as a voice, I'm changing to Karen. Sorry. Okay, it's back up. Half a cup of cold coffee. Okay, let's keep going.
Beak says you're back to speaking.
H says the worst part of circuit design was calculating the mean time before failure hours. Borg says my layout will be based loosely on the railway that used to exist in my town.
Okay, cool.
Says who's known as Victoria at the weekend.
Beak says Cian could you raise volume 5%?
Raise volume 5%. I can't raise the volume 5%. I can just raise it a little bit. Don't know how much percentage it is. Okay, did that. So if you now try to set voice to Victoria, it'll just switch it back to Karen. I'll fix the graphic for next time.
Apps that he says is AEX are turned off from volume sensing.
I don't know what you mean by volume sensing, but you won't...
It says the description said 15% less TTS.
Right. That was a joke based on the 100% more TTS last week.
It says voice detection.
It's turned off, like as in
Target says now we are all shouting.
You won't be able to trigger, I don't think.
Says,
Okay. I'm spending more time flipping the LEDs around than I am.
Now CN and TTS are close to the same volume, so I can turn overall volume down.
Yeah, I didn't want that though. I wanted TTS to be softer.
Says we are rounding the first corner.
H says I would not want to sound like a YouTube Karen.
Rick the Almighty says this stream is sponsored by PCBWay.
We Are the Borg says is beep classed as a millennial or Generation Z.
Apps that he says good. I remember a college had an beep. In the office we used to say hey, beep. Volume 10 when he was on a call he turned it off after 5.
Beak says CN is going round the bend.
I've been around the bend for a long time, don't you worry. You'd think I'd be doing this if I wasn't?
Target says mind that Apex is you round the corner at that speed.
I need someone sitting here pre-flipping the LEDs for me. How awkward would that be? Okay, let's at least get them closer. Let's get some more.
Alex says that's what child labor is for.
No, kids are at school.
Intermit Text says it takes a long time building boards by hand, but always so rewarding when it works.
Yeah.
Rick the Almighty says, I still wonder how you will manage the middle part.
Talgut says, where's Keen when you need him? T-E-H says, did you not order them pre-flipped?
Keen is in Sydney, not going to help me. The pre-flip. Yeah, I sometimes pre-flip like I'm doing now. It still takes time. And I still have to orient them. Okay. Let's see if this is any faster.
Talgut says, closest person I knew of.
Well, John Oxer would be closer. Or Andy Gelm, or John Spencer. Oh, I wonder how John's doing.
James Sharman says, would it not be worth setting up the pick and place for this?
No, it won't fit in the pick and place. Even if I pull out half the internals, it still won't fit.
Pro Engineer says, morning all this assembly is an RSI specialist's worst nightmare, can't wait to see the completed board.
T-E-H says, when I was younger we would get a bits boy to flip them.
Beak says it doesn't fit in the pick and place.
I could have...
Stefan Canfuse says dose the solder passed.
Does the solder passed? What? I don't know what that means. Whoop. Stuck to the tweezers.
We Are the Borg says yes. Payment has been accepted for my bad mobile. Now I just need to wait for 1,558 others to get theirs first.
Rick the Almighty says he means solder expiring.
Right. No, I've got... We should be
Beak
okay.
says, is this your low temp solder paste?
It's,
Stefan Canfuse says sorry does the cell.
Thought I had more caps on here.
Beak says solder paste has an 8-hour working time.
No. Depends on the paste. Some have 24 hours discard. Some have 8 hours. Some have 2 hours. Totally depends on the paste. And it depends on your environment. But I think we'll be fine.
Beak says you looked it up for this paste on Tuesday and said it was 8 hours.
Someone looked it up. I didn't. Yeah. Right, I didn't hear you say this paste. I thought you said paste in general. Yeah. Okay.
Alex says old paste still is fine. It's not like it will be left out for 2 weeks.
No, if you leave it exposed to the air, that's the problem. That's not the same as old
Beak
paste.
says my ultra poisonous lead-based paste is 24-hour working time.
Yeah. But you don't want to go 24 hours. Trust me. You don't even want to go 12 hours on a 24-hour paste. When they tell you 24 hours, like GC10 or SAC 305, that is in a climate-controlled, enclosed environment on a automatic stencil printer. That is not...
T-E-H says beef paste goes off if left out the fridge.
Yeah, you can't just leave it on your desk exposed to the air, sitting there, and expect to be able to, on a stencil.
I've gone more than 24 minutes. I've done something wrong.
Target says, so, is the plan just putting the whole thing in the oven like the old MacBook Pro graphics rehaul fix?
No, it doesn't fit in my oven. Doesn't fit in my Reflow oven, it doesn't fit in my toaster ovens. I could put it in my kitchen oven, but I have no way of Reflow controlling it. So, as in matching a profile. So I'm going to put it on a hot plate with some stupidity connected to
It
it.
says I generally only make 1 to 5 boards at a time.
This is a lot of LEDs.
Beak says, after how many LEDs did you start to question your life choices?
Target says that should be fun type 2 fun.
I like hand assembling. I enjoy this. I just don't want to do it repetitively, as in making one board, no problem. I'm not going to make more than one board though. If I had to make more than one...
Says, I am curious about the stupidity.
Curious about the what? About the stupidity? Hi Beata, what do you mean? What's stupidity?
T-E-H says I'd only make one prototype board. Production was outsourced.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do this more than once.
Brad Anderson says morning all.
Hey Brad.
Rick the Almighty says we need to crowdsource production of these boards.
Everyone places one LED.
Matt Tucci says good morning, CN.
Good morning. Everyone stands in a queue and walks up and places one LED. And then we execute the person that puts their one on upside down. No, we don't do that. See, now I'm going to get demonetized for being stupid.
Rick the Almighty says only need to design the JO and Y.
That LED looks a bit funny. I don't know if that's going to be any good.
Absidy says curios what's the temp, what the outside temp is.
Swapping that LED out.
Target says, who does cure?
Mouse Thief says that's what you called it, whatever you're doing with the hot plate.
Oh, that's stupidity, yeah. Well, you'll see. Look at my work. And it probably won't.
Photocall Max says I think I've already seen this scene. BTW hello CN and hello everyone.
Hey, Max. Yeah. It's almost Groundhog Day. But not quite. There'll be no flipped LEDs this time.
Beak says, anyone else got deja vu?
Yes, because that question's been asked about 50 times already. Which is deja vu.
T-E-H says that would be fun. Send a board to a subscriber to place one diode and post to the next in the list.
Rick the Almighty says looking forward to the woodworking wonders.
Beak says, and yet it's still funny.
Yep, still funny. So, I was trying to tell you guys...
Badger says high precision LED placing Pinky deployed.
Pinky deployed. I was trying to tell you guys and girls before about my story with my drop saw, my miter saw. So I went to cut some wood yesterday for this reflow. Yes, I'm going to make a campfire on my desk.
Iverson says, are we there yet?
No, we're not. And so I cut a whole bunch of wood and then went in to screw it all together and it was all cut wonky. I went, what? And I went back out to my miter saw.
Target says chain ladder soldering awesome, ha ha ha.
Okay, we've got Something stuck to my tweezers.
Photo Crew Max says testing Oliver voice.
So anyway, I went back and checked the miter saw, and it had been moved, as in the rotation, both rotations, the heading and the yaw, or whatever they're called, on a miter saw, and I went, what the hell? So it turns out Yuz went to move it out the way, didn't know to grab it from the actual bench bit, grabbed the saw bit to move it, and put it out of alignment, and I didn't check it.
H says, do I like sounding like Tom?
So, yeah, I had to go and recut it all again. It was pretty funny. Couldn't work it out. I thought I was losing my mind. So, like I hadn't had a need to change any of that stuff for like 2 years. So it didn't even occur to me to check it before I cut. So, and it was the only wood I had. More LEDs. Okay, I am getting, how many are left on here? I need to, where's my scissors? Sorry, I'm off camera, but I'm trying to get rid of all the excess tape so I don't knock things. How much have I got left on here? Well, I might have enough on this reel.
Jack McMack says sounds like you could use a CNC.
I could use a CNC. I want a CNC. I have no place to put a CNC.
Beak says, I will laugh so much if CN runs out of LEDs with 5 still to place. Beak says, I am sorry.
Dude, I've got about another 15,000 of them in my garage on my SAM rack. I'm pretty sure I will not run out. Very sure I will not run out. I just might have to open a reel.
Talgott says testing Ralph.
Ralph's good.
Beak says, hey Sam, locate more LEDs.
Matt Tucci says, have you had a chance to write software for this yet?
Yes, I have. I showed it at the start of the stream.
It looks like you're going to snort the LEDs.
Hang on a second. Can you see my face then? Everyone, quickly take a screenshot. Did that work? Did someone take a screenshot? Post it in the
Matt Tucci says, sorry, I'm late to the party.
Can someone post a screenshot to the live streams channel on Discord? It's okay. I showed it off already, and I'll be able to show off more shortly once this is built.
Beak says, CN, the only person to get demonetized for snorting LEDs.
Did no one take a screenshot? Boo-hoo.
James Sharman says you don't want to snort that. You'll get lead poisoning. T.E.H. says who wants to align off LEDs with CN.
That is...
Photo Crew Max says you will enlightened after snorting all of that LEDs.
That was good, Max, but I think James was better. Get LED poisoning. Lead poisoning. Very funny. Very good. Okay. I'm going to have to do a lot of rework on this, I reckon. Especially with those caps. It's not my favourite paste, this, I have to admit. It's not my usual low temp paste.
Jay says sponsored by PCBWay.
And as beautiful as these PCBs are, they don't clean very well.
Beak says, why is it not your normal paste?
I normally use water-based flux in my paste. Oh, someone posted. Oh, you can't really sell. Oh, bad angle. Thanks, Jack
McMack.
I mean, the screenshot was great.
Cleaning with.
Just my head in the shot wasn't good.
Beak says, what size are the caps?
0402. I normally use water-based flux, but I can't use water-based flux on this because I can't get this into my ultrasonic cleaner. And you have to clean water-based flux or it'll corrode the joints and other things. So I bought no clean, low temp. It's just not as nice. The paste doesn't stay as wet.
Says just wipe with ESO.
The paste doesn't stay as wet and doesn't flux up as much. It's one of the nice things about water-based. So who's going to say it first?
Me. H says just put it in the dishwasher.
Yeah.
Beak says, say what?
Say that I'm over the hump. I'm now over the hump. Or is that not an expression that you all know?
Photo Crew Max says congrats.
Thanks. I'm over one of the
Beak
humps.
says the first, this is like a dromedary.
It's like a what?
Me. H says only the first.
Dromedary. I don't know what that is. What's that? Is that a typo? Okay.
Beak says it's a type of camel with 2 humps.
Oh, okay.
Ian H says camel.
I didn't know that. Thanks, everyone. Cool. My camel knowledge is a bit lacking. Sorry. You know. Okay, now I'm going to start having trouble
Jay
reaching.
says, didn't you say that the PCBs did not clean very well?
Well, if you don't ultrasonically clean them, if you just like use a cleaning stuff, like my Defluxit, whatever, then matte finished PCBs show up any type of marks, discoloring.
Dromedary, a one domesticated camel, Camelus dromedarius.
Beak says, actually, I meant Baction camel dromedary has 1.
Okay. Yeah, it leaves marks. It cleans the flux properly, but the solder mask, you can tell where it's been cleaned. And that happens with all matte. And black is the worst, I think. So this is not a PCBWay issue, it's just a general black and matte finish issue. Okay, I need some more caps.
Beak says DTS doesn't understand commas and full stops.
It does. It depends on the language you've got. It depends on the voice you're using. It definitely pauses on a comma, and I think on a full stop.
Me. H says there are a lot of camels in Oz.
Well, there are none in my backyard. I can tell you that much.
Ulo Milo says, nice pick and place you've got there. Is it permanently attached to your arm?
It feels like at the moment it is. Yeah.
Jay says, so to solve that issue, if not matte or black, then what?
Beak says they are out back.
I'd still go matte. It doesn't matter, this is going to have something over the top of it. It's going to have some tinted acrylic.
Max says testing nickname.
And you might not be able to see the marks. Like, I can see it. but I'm up close. From a distance, you're not going to. I don't think you'll notice it. If it was cleaned in an ultrasonic cleaner where it was all cleaned evenly, then it wouldn't. You wouldn't see it.
Jay says, yeah, I think I can see some fingerprints.
Fingerprints. Yeah, you see that there?
H says Australia has the largest population of feral camels and the only herd of dromedary camels exhibiting wild behaviour in the world.
And over here, you can see it. Like it really, it picks up. That's probably my fingerprints. Yeah. When I say probably, that is my fingerprints. Okay, I'm about to have reach problems. So my
Jay
hands.
says, yup, see them.
Beak says, any advice for cleaning PCBs without an ultrasonic cleaner?
Mousy says I want matte green.
No real advice. Don't use IPA. We discussed that last stream. Get a proper cleaner, not IPA. But it depends what you mean by clean. The cleaning of a PCB is about getting rid of any type of contaminants that will ruin the PCB over time. It's not about cosmetics.
Ulo Milo says, how many LEDs do you need to place?
Beak says, and a mouse. I learned a matte green. I got some today. See my Twitter for pictures.
How many do I have to place? All up, 500 and something. I can't remember, but you know, I'm getting there. The middle is going to be a real problem. Yeah, I feel like I'm going to want to tackle the middle last. I should have done it.
She says Electrolube Safe Flush is good water-based cleaner.
Target says a grinder gets the PCB really clean.
You don't want to use a water-based wash cleaner if you're using no clean flux. That won't work. If you're using no clean flux but you want to clean the boards, you must use chemical-based cleaner. And they're quite toxic. Although you can get lower toxicity ones, they're all harmful. Completely harmful. If you want to use a water-based cleaner, you have to use water-based flux, which is what I do. It's why I use water-based flux. So I can use non-chemical cleaners. Safer for me, safer for the environment. Or better for the environment, I should say. Let's put some more caps on. Okay. It's off camera. Sorry. I think I'm going to work along the top edge. I should have done the middle first, so if I made a mistake, if I smudged the paste, I could have started again on a new PCB.
Max says, is it even safer for the Rolex? H says, I prefer the somebody else clean flux.
Who else is going to clean the flux?
Jay says, so can't you wipe with paper towel and ESO or preferably ethyl alcohol?
Rick the Almighty says, hey Simple Electronics.
Hey Simple Electronics. Oh, there's plenty of people crazier than me. So you can't wipe with paper towel and ISO or preferably ethyl alcohol. Wipe with what? I don't understand. What do you mean by wipe, Jay? You talking about me specifically, or talking about just in general? Water-based is not better for the wallet.
Target says who's got the count and how's the progress rate doing.
Water-based is more expensive for my wallet, but worth it.
Jay says ethyl is like drinking alcohol.
Rick the Almighty says, isn't wiping generally done with toilet paper?
I wouldn't use toilet paper to... I know you're making a joke. I wouldn't use toilet paper to wipe your PCBs. You want something lint-free.
H says ethyl alcohol on ice, not boards.
Very funny.
Max says, see, and I got it, and I agree too.
I'm placing a few of these at the moment without my microscope.
Beak says, is it possible to recycle PCBs? I have a pile of ups.
I don't believe so, no.
Jay says, right, so wiping with high test ethyl is a good option. It's also consumable and environmentally friendly.
Master G says needs to be brushed because the LEDs will catch the cloth or paper.
Wiping a PCB doesn't get rid of the flux and contaminants. So you need to really... It won't get into the joints and it won't get underneath the components where the flux lives. That's why you use an ultrasonic cleaner. Otherwise you leave all the contaminants in places you can't get to. They're the places you have issues. Like a USB connector, you can't clean a USB connector. Like a Type-C connector, you can't clean that with a wipe. Because all of the residue is between the pins and under the pins, under the USB connector, at the back, where the plastic is, where the pins, they're not exposed, you can't see them. That's where you get issues. Only an ultrasonic cleaner is going to get into those places. Sorry, as I just said, I'm not using my microscope at the moment for some of these LEDs because I need to watch my hand as well and make sure my hand is not getting close to the LEDs, to the edge of the PCB. It's making it harder to place the LEDs. Just letting you know what I'm doing.
Jay says, right after components placed, I thought you were referring to soldering issues, so cleaning the PCB before soldering.
Oh, right. Yeah, I could have cleaned the PCB, absolutely. I didn't notice the fingerprints. As I said, I put this on yesterday. I wasn't planning on putting it on and using this specific PCB or anything. I was seeing if I could mount. So the stencil for this PCB is massive. It's bigger than any stencils I've used before. And it doesn't really fit my stencil printer. So I wanted to see if I could possibly stencil it. I was looking at how I was going to attach the PCB to the stencil printer. And so I spent about 25 minutes trying to align it and get it working to see if I could. And I did.
Says I want an ultrasonic cleaner that can play under pressure by the Queen.
So when I did get it aligned, I just left it in there. I didn't really check the board to see if I'd put any fingerprints on it or anything, which is why there's fingerprints on it. But I can clean those off afterwards. Okay. I feel like I've slowed down a bit. I'm not sure if I have or I haven't. How long have I been going for? 1.5 hours. Feels like longer than last time.
Target says zoom and enhance. Now we can unlock Cian's iPhone.
Don't think so. Okay. I also have to be careful. The PCB is off the edge of the desk now, and I don't want to stick my ever-growing stomach into it. I tell you what. Not comparing the severity, but
Simon Ratcliffe says, beep, turn off the lights.
Yeah, that doesn't work. I'm not comparing the severity, but lockdown has really increased the size of my waistline and neckline. Let me tell you, very unhappy about that. Had no motivation to do any exercise. It's really bad. Once you break the habit, it gets very hard to get back into it.
Beak says how many calories to place one LED?
Noxie says you're still looking pretty amazing for your age though, mate.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you. But
Alex says workout Twitsy and coming to a stream near you.
yeah, no, I'm not doing workout streams. That'd be ridiculously embarrassing, let me tell you. Would be ridiculous.
She says, what do you normally eat a walk? Cycle?
I walk and run. And I have many body ailments, which makes that already difficult. But yeah,
Beak says I lost 15 kilograms in 9 months just by riding my bike.
yeah, riding's great, but I've got
Beak
nowhere to
says
ride
I didn't
to.
change my diet.
I've got nowhere to ride to, and I work here. I work where I live, right? So I don't have any, other than going to the post office, which I walk to. I don't have any I don't have, at the moment, no motivation, but I don't have
Beak says
any.
ride to birth.
I don't have any activities that force me out, like walking to the train station or, or walking to work or riding to work or anything, which makes it much harder. Like it's got to become a conscious choice.
She says I run sometimes at such as.
Such as, you mean it sucks? Yeah, running's hard work. But I used to enjoy just walking, like putting a podcast on. I'm talking about fast walking. I'm not talking
Max
about.
says I need some rest by everyone.
I'm talking about strolling. Catch you later, Max. Thanks for joining. I walk at a very fast pace.
She says I can't say the S word.
Beak says and you run to catch up with the sun, but it's sinking.
So anyway,
Noxie says, see, and have you tried climbing? Also, I'm assuming you ain't a surfer.
Rick the Almighty says it sucks.
I can't climb because I've got degenerative arthritis in my shoulders, both shoulders. So no climbing. I used to like climbing. No golf. That sucks. I used to play golf occasionally. And no lifting weights. Or I can only do very light weights, and I can't do anything above my shoulders. I can't even really do push-ups anymore because of my shoulders. I've also got 2 hernias in my right leg, in my calf. As in I've got split fascia, so they pop out through the fascia. And it goddamn hurts, let me tell you, when they pop. I actually popped them yesterday. So the worst thing is when I'm out, if I go running or walking, and because I used to walk for 2 hours, and they pop in the middle, and I've got to hobble home. Yeah, very bad. Uber home. Okay, more LEDs.
Beak says Sia needs to go to a vet.
Jay says, do you have any concern that once those characters are released from frame that LEDs will pop along flexure nodes?
Any concern that they want? Pop along the flexion nodes? What? I have no idea what you're talking about, Joe. Sorry. I don't know what you mean.
Honey Badger says, did you try swimming?
I hate swimming. I have to be honest, I'd rather run. You know, swimming, like running, you can run and then you can stop, yeah? Or you can run or you can slow down. When you're swimming, if you stop swimming, you drown. You know what I mean? I'm going to try to go this way for a bit. We'll see how this goes. I know that sounds silly, but I can't get over there. Yeah, I find swimming a little... Okay, I'm not quite ready for this yet. 1 second. I need to do a couple more this way.
Noxie says seeing it has to be the funniest thing you've said in a while.
Rick the Almighty said just gain some more and you will float.
Yeah, like that's what I don't like about swimming. I don't like doing the whole back and forward thing. You know what I like about running and walking?
Mike says, yay, more LEDs.
Beak says, are the LEDs the right way round?
No, they're all upside down.
Jay says, is your LED orientation still correct?
Yep, it is.
Joe Onan says, let's get some thumbs up for the riveting content.
Target says, as a kayaker, swimming is against my nature doesn't mean I don't have to do it sometimes.
I used to love
I like to
kayak.
swim in the lake near my home in the summer.
I used to love kayaking. Can't do it anymore because of my shoulders. What I like about running and walking is I can look around me. I can zone out. I can look at the environment. Things change.
Stefan says try convict conditioning.
Ian H says I did enough presence to hate running like the plague.
Rick the Almighty says no worries if they are upside down, we just fix it in software.
Yeah, not quite. Yeah.
Target says, yeah, it's not easy on the shoulders.
So that's why I like swimming sucks. You can't zone out. You can't.
Embedded Hobbyist says I swam 21 miles in a 12-meter pool last year, 160 lengths at a time.
Wow.
Roger says swimming 50 meters back and forth again and again gets boring pretty fast.
Yes,
but
exactly.
I do it for usually half an hour.
That's the thing. It's boring. It's totally boring. And time doesn't pass, right? Like you can go walking and zone out, listen to something, zone out, and then suddenly you're there. You're done, right? Time goes past. That doesn't happen with swimming. Swimming's just a constant...
Beak says last summer I did a 2-kilometer ride at sunset. I kept stopping to take photos. It was lovely.
Jack McMack says boring. Says the guy hand placing 1,000 LEDs.
Hang on a second, folks. 1 sec. 1 sec. Who said that, Mum? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
While swimming.
Sorry, my volume was down then. So that was Orly saying goodbye and letting me, giving me a message from Yaz when she left. So, yeah, I have to hang up the washing after the stream. I think Yaz thinks that my stream isn't going to last all day.
Beak says not tried. Swim awake I am.
Noxie says seeing you would have convinced me at the word sharks, to be honest.
So anyway, that's why I don't swim. I'm going to sneeze though. Oh, excuse me. There was no chance of getting to the mute button before. I would have sneezed all over my keyboard.
Mike says 8-hour stream. Here we come.
Oh, hello, Mike. Welcome. I didn't know you were here. No, I don't want to do an 8-hour stream. Believe it or not, these streams are freaking exhausting.
Mike says, why hello there.
Beak says I need to go to bed in 3 hours' time.
Well,
James Sharman says running in Australia is easier. The wildlife provides incentive.
Joe Onan says Gesundheit.
Thank you. I'll try to get done before 3 hours, okay? Let's get a bunch of these caps on.
Target says, are you going for Looney's stream record?
No way. There's a reason his name's Looney and mine isn't.
Beak says you're off the microscope view.
Yeah, sorry. Well, I go off and on. I can't just keep moving the microscope every time I pick up in place. Sorry.
Father Ted says PCBWay hey.
Target says unexpected record.
It would slow me down too much if I kept moving the microscope every single time. Sorry. So I move it in sections. Can you all hear the sliding sounds? It's pretty funny. Funny for me anyway.
Joe Onan says yeah.
Thanks. Okay. Oh, that
also
pad.
says sounds like a servo.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? There's some pads here. They've got paste on them, but not
Roger
a lot.
says we do. ESD warning.
Yeah, ESD warning. I'm worried about over here.
Target says, yep, you sound like you've got shoulder servos.
Embedded Hobbyist says, is that an ESD mat?
It is an
No,
ESD
Leo
mat.
says it sounds like you were a PNP.
Master G says it's the steppers in his elbow.
It is a ESD mat. And it is grounded. I'm not using a wrist thing at the moment because I'd end up knocking all the parts off the board. Okay, almost done with the caps here. Oops.
Hansy Grubble says yep, we hear the sound. Those same pick and place machines makes a lot of set noise.
Jay says that sound is like when on Seinfeld George got that suit on sale.
Master G says use a wireless one.
Target says unexpected cyborg.
Okay, 3 more caps and I can get back to the LEDs for this section. And then once these LEDs are done, I'm left with the center. Grrr.
Embedded Hobbyist says, I tend to lean on the mat, so don't always use a strap.
Yep, the same. I'm always leaning on the mat. I've always got at least one hand on the mat. Okay, I'm having some trouble picking up the parts with my tweezers. Gotta keep cleaning them. Because of the orientation I'm putting
Beak
these
says
caps.
how many farads are the capacitors?
These are 100 nanofarad, but they don't run at 100
Master G
nanofarad.
says ESD is fake news.
Target says Naomi has cyborg competition.
They only have what? Sorry, I'm just gonna drink my cold coffee. Naomi has cyborg no.
Mike says yum.
No competition from me. Okay, let's keep going. Let's get these LEDs on.
Beak says why is your coffee cold when you have a hot plate?
Stefan says can't you put the strap on your ankles?
Yeah, and then I'll get up and forget, and I'll go to walk and I'll trip over and land on my face. I'm sure that'd be very funny on a stream, but my watch is telling me to stand up. Hey Johnny, you still here?
Embedded Hobbyist says rubber tweezers in your hair. The static will help pick up the LEDs.
Stefan says funny. Haha.
Talgott says just got a fresh brew. Should have asked Sylvia to transport a 1G, sorry.
Bummer. Thanks anyway, Paul. I want to know if Johnny got his
Rick the Almighty says Johnny's still here.
The real Slim Shady says please stand up.
I want to know if you got your Mac Studio yet. When does it arrive? People are getting theirs now already. Initial reviews look really good. Not for the screens though, but for the Macs they look great.
Rick the Almighty says probably in 3 weeks.
Okay, bummer. That's a long time to wait. I put one in a shopping cart, spec'd it out the way I wanted it, and they said delivery end of June. And I laughed, and then I shut down the web page. It was also $11,000, so you know, even if they said delivery tomorrow, I still would have shut down the web page.
Beak says we tried to order some switches at work and got forecast of Q3.
Rick the Almighty says yeah, I ordered mine when released and still 4 weeks delivery.
I'm surprised they can make them at all, to be honest with you, with the silicon shortage, but... So yesterday on Ask an Engineer, Lady Ada Limor Freed predicted, just from her own experience, that the shortage is going to continue for at least another 18 months. Some things will become available. Things that
Bruce says I ordered one. Delivery end of April, may cancel before then.
Embedded Hobbyist says they are using second-hand chips.
Right. I'm pretty sure they're not. But anyway, yeah, they're getting their chips from AliExpress. Yeah, she predicted 18 more months. Bloody well hope not. I'll be out of business.
She says at least I reckon.
Nah, I'll be out of business if that's the case. Which might be a good thing. We'll see. If I went out of business, I'll have more time to do this. Build stupid projects with too many LEDs. I wonder if I do the same logo again. Now that I know how low the power usage is going to be.
Says good morning.
Good morning. Now I know how low the power usage is going to be. Maybe I'll do a new version with 4 times as many LEDs. Like make it twice as dense. What do you reckon? So there'll be 4,000 LEDs. You reckon I can drive that?
Pub with no beer says, are you going to run the LEDs at reduced power?
Yeah, or reduced brightness. Yeah, I'm running them at 5% right now. 5% and they're perfectly viewable.
Mousy says do it.
Rick the Almighty says do it.
Yeah, of course you all say do it.
Go for it.
Pro Engineer says you can drive anything with a big enough capacitor.
No, the issue is not power. The issue is data. I'd have to split the whole screen into different sections.
She says place LEDs on the back around the perimeter like the original one.
Nah. I don't want to do a double-sided version. I'd have to do high
Listing
temp.
of TSMC clients shows that Apple generates just over a quarter of the chipmaker's revenue at 25.9%.
Jay says heat flow will become a thing.
Embedded Hobbyist says when the EU puts sanctions on China, you should get your chips quicker.
Yeah, I don't think so. Can't get the chips quicker if they can't get made quicker.
She says backlow, baby.
I totally forgot what I was going to say. Anyway, doesn't matter. Shit.
Beak says, could you make it from smaller boards that go together so you can pick and place them?
I was originally going to do that, but there was no easy way to get them together, and that would have made really odd shapes, and mounting. It just would have been a nightmare. I looked at that at the start. Like originally, I wanted to make this as one piece, not as two pieces, and then I experimented with 4 pieces, and then I experimented with odd shapes. I experimented with reusable shapes, so like...
Pro Engineer says Apple's gilded cage will spread to the Chinese fabs too. If you don't need the components Apple needs, you will be an afterthought.
No, not at all.
Target says only 4,000 per double it.
No, you miss that. Apple is not affecting the supply chain at all, guys. Well, not for electronic, or not for me.
Says unexpected maker-led jigsaw puzzle.
Jigsaw puzzle. The silicon shortage that we are all experiencing, I'm not talking about GPU shortage. I'm talking about just silicon.
Says, so why will you have to split it up into segments if you put more LEDs?
Beak says if we stopped making cars, we'd have more chips.
Right. Apple are not affecting our supply chain, folks, at all. We are not buying chips that are made on 5 and 4 nanometer process. We're buying.
Says, are we going well so far on this PCB?
We're going well. We're buying chips that are made at 45 and 30 and 20 nanometer process. Okay? They're not made by the same people Apple get their chips made. So, yeah. Seems to be a bit of a misunderstanding there on what's affecting it.
Pro Engineer says that's a good point.
And companies that have fabs aren't really interested in setting up fabs on old processors. They all want to futurize, you know what I mean? They all want to get better. So...
Master G says, I think a lot of the issues are caused by hoarding like the toilet paper.
At the start it was, but...
Beak says there is a focus from governments to get new fabs built, but they are focusing on the big stuff and forgetting all the small support chips.
Correct. Because there's no money in that. Not compared to the big stuff. Everyone wants a piece of Google and a piece of Apple. You know what I mean? That's how they get their money. That's how they get their venture capital.
Alex says that mean we will have new chips made on 7 nanometers for jelly bean chips.
Yes, and they'll be 50 times the price. That's the problem. When I say yes, I mean no, because it will never happen. No one's going to make...
Beak says the chips that are holding things up the most are PMIC chips.
Alex says $50 7,805.
Mousy says no money in making 555s.
555s. No, there's no money in making, transistors and little MOSFETs and all the little things, Anyway. It's just going to take time to catch up, that's all. We just have to wait. There'll be an equilibrium again at some point. I hope it's not 18 months, though. That'd really suck.
James Sharman says those will be some tiny TTL chips.
Well, no, they'll just put them in really big packages. They'll fill them with with those what are those peanut stuffing things.
Master G says, I bet prices won't drop though.
Prices will drop. They'll become a surplus, and then prices will drop because they just can't move them. Like prices on Flash have already started going down.
Rick the Almighty says, did you see the BGA 555 chip mark used?
No, I mean, he's used a few BGAs. Which specific one are you talking about? Oh, the 555, right. He used a BGA version of the 555. Okay, now I'm down to this middle section, which...
Beak says I have hand soldered one of those.
This section here is the problem. So I'll get out of the way. Just here, because I can't get my hand in an orientation that lets me put the LED on straight. It's definitely going to be an interesting challenge.
Jack Max says you rotated the board. Remember to rotate the LEDs too.
Target says 5 nanometer 555, but you have to run it at 1.8 volt max face palm.
It's funny how there's
Jay says an issue with high density is that it results in less robustness in terms of single-bit errors induced by spontaneous cosmic ray interaction.
Hodges says NASA is rolling out SLS rocket.
Yeah, going small
Bruce
has...
says, well, TSMC is building new fabs for 22/28 nanometer chips in Japan for 2024.
Alex says ESP32 on 7 nanometer running at 1 gigahertz.
I'm pretty sure that'll never happen. But, yeah, 2024. And then, let me tell you, people have already booked up all of the slots. So,
Beak says Asmal is loving this.
Who's loving this? Oh, right. Okay.
Desmond Hawkins says ESP64 when.
Beak says ASML.
Yeah, I got it. I read it. I went and looked at the chat screen.
Jay says that means your bits can suddenly randomly change from, say, 0 to 1. That's not good.
No.
Target says 2024 before delays.
Yep. And then how long to get the first silicon off the line? Yeah, it's going to be a long period. Okay, this is clearly not under the camera. I'm sorry, but I can't move this into a position.
Beak says, for those who don't know, ASML have a virtual monopoly on the lithography machines needed to make semiconductors.
Yes, they do. And the machines are quite expensive.
Says Jay, it's only 1 out.
Well, they have the monopoly on the really high end, as in the really low stuff.
Beak says ASML is one of the most important companies that you've never heard of.
No, I've heard of them. See, this is where I have to get my hand. My hand's gonna end up on this board.
She says so if you're designing for medical or aeronautic, etc., high density is not your friend.
Now I have to do some really awkward placement. Just for these few rows, I think. I have to put it down and nudge it into place. Which is just gonna, damn it, smear the paste. Yeah. That's a problem.
Keen says you should have bought that robot arm after all.
Oh, I've got a funny story to tell you about that robot arm, Keen. So, for those, well, no one else knows really, I almost bought myself a 6-axis robot arm to look at doing the AOI stuff with, just to experiment with. Anyway, I put it in my shopping cart the other day, almost bought it, and then it obviously went abandoned.
Embedded Hobbyist says if you're designing for medical or aeronautic, nothing is your friend.
And then the company reached out to me and said, hey, like not just a normal email, you've abandoned your cart. the actual company, someone, the CEO from the company reached out and said, hey,
Stefan says into SML is Dutch and proud of it.
they said, hey, we saw you put in your cart and you didn't buy it. Is there any questions you've got? Anything we can help you with? And I went back to him and said, look, I think it's great. I just, for the project I want to use it for, I just can't really justify the cost. I'm not saying it's not worth the money. I'm just saying that I can't justify the cost for the project. And he went, yeah, fair enough. Okay, no worries. And then he got back to me and said, look, hey, here's a US $50 discount. So it was about $1,100 US, which is not expensive. And I said, yeah, look, thanks, I appreciate it, but that really doesn't make much of a dent on the cost of it. But thank you anyway.
Colin Alston says, Beeb, say hello.
Hey, Colin. So anyway, I said, look, thanks. He said, no problem. And then the next day he came back to me with, so what's your budget? Tell me how much you can afford to spend on it. I haven't got back to him yet. It's a lot of money to spend on a robot arm just to play with. But yes, I could use that to pick and place.
Master G says $50.
So it runs off a Pi.
Keen says they sound a bit desperate.
No, I think as soon as he saw that I had a YouTube channel, he was interested. Because his initial reply was, yeah, okay,
Target
thanks.
says, Beep by Tiny Pico.
Yeah. I think when he looked at my email or domain name or whatever, oops, I just threw one. I think that's when he got interested. Oh God, this is really frustrating. I'm almost through this bad area, folks.
Rick the Almighty says I have a YouTube channel.
You do.
Master G says it might have been their first sale.
No, it wasn't their first sale.
Colin Alston says Alex playing John Lennon's Imagine.
Okay, can I reach these yet? Not easily, but maybe. Okay, let's try now to go sideways. It's the same type of stretch. Bit easier. Okay, flip. Just flipping LEDs, but on my table this time instead of on the PCB. Okay.
Beak says naughty Colin.
It won't work. I don't, yeah, anyway.
Colin Alston says be Papa Doop Doop Snoop.
Mike says, can I try?
Prefer you don't. Thanks though. Thanks for asking. It's not really what it's there for. Okay.
Honey Badger says go gadget extend fingers.
I'm having to balance my hands.
Mike says cancel order of 900 toilet paper rolls.
No, I wanted those toilet paper rolls. What'd you cancel the order for? I'm predicting now this board's going to need a lot of rework. and I've got no easy way of testing
Big
it.
says order.
So, because it's got to be plugged into the other one to be tested, which means it has to be soldered to the other one. They're designed to be soldered together, and that can only happen when they're mounted. So that's going to be an interesting challenge. I might have to just stick this into my kitchen oven after all. Okay, this is getting a bit precarious again. My floor is covered with remnants of cut tape. I think I'm going to have enough LEDs though.
Hansi Grobbler says, how many reworks did you have to do on the previous board?
Can anyone remember? I think there was 2 bad LEDs, and then I think there was like a couple of others I had to
Engineer
fix.
says, is this paste lead free?
Yes, it's lead free.
Beak says, does Cian have a higher accuracy than Charm High?
Much higher. I haven't thrown any parts on the floor yet.
Beak says 3 reworks.
So just like with my boards on Wednesday, I can't tell if the LEDs have reflowed or not because the pads are underneath. So
Colin Alston says it's lead free, not bleed free.
yeah, it's not bleed free. This is not comfortable.
Rhoda says, I'm stunned you still don't have just a generic board with tesselleds and code for near pixels.
Pro Engineer
What?
says text-to-speech phonetics are a battle unto itself.
Mike says, is it lead or lead?
Rick the Almighty says it is LED free.
What do you mean, Rhoda? I don't understand. I can hack wires onto
Talbot
this.
says, not only higher accuracy but faster too and easier to program.
Definitely not
Beak
easier
says
to
it never
program.
gets fish right.
I can hack wires onto this to test it. That's not a problem.
Beak says NeoPixel.
Don't worry, I can, yeah. Don't worry. Be happy. Everything will be fine. But yeah.
Rhoda says, I have few boards with lead or other near pixel test code and wires with pogo pins on them, just ready to test LEDs.
Right, but I need to test this specific board.
Pro Engineer says, what's the upper limit on that particular D from an addressability standpoint?
What?
Colin Alston says, Cian, are you regretting this text-to-speech yet?
No, I like the text-to-speech. It means I don't have to read chat. What's the upper limit on that particular LED addressability? There isn't, I don't believe. Oh, there might be, but less than what I'm doing. The issue is going to be about memory. Having enough memory to store all the data I need to store. Because I don't just have the...
Beak says the TTS has improved streams a lot.
I don't just have the LED data, but I've got stacks and stacks of arrays of all the different types of bits of information, transposed information I need, like the XY lookup matrix and like arrays of where all the LEDs are, like for outlining the letters and stuff. They all take memory. So, as in runtime memory. PSRAM, SRAM, not flash. Although once I could move a lot of them, I could make them all consts and move them into flash, but that's much slower to access. Much slower than PSRAM anyway. Okay, this is still really... I'm not quite in that position yet where it's not awkward anymore. So I have to put these on without having any hand contact to the table. So I've got nothing to steady my hand with.
Target says Cian have added an M.2 for the hard disk to store your arrays.
Yeah, I'll just...
Yeah, it says deja vu.
Yeah, I'll make an SSD M.2 shield for my Tiny Pico. No problem. I should have that ready in about 25 minutes. Okay? Okay. So, I'm down to that last section here.
Roxy says I'll take 10.
Simon says put a book under your hand to provide support.
I can't, because I can't put something that's going to knock all the LEDs here.
Target says 25 minutes. You're slowing down.
That includes getting the PCBs made. And shipped.
Colin Alston says, did you hear about the mathematician who is afraid of negative numbers? He'll stop at nothing to avoid them.
Keen says any decision on reflow technique for this one?
Yeah.
Super Electro
And you're going to laugh.
Throw a GPU on it while you are at it to do faster graphics.
I'll go out and get myself a 3080 and hook that up as well. Yeah, Keen, you're going to laugh. It's probably not going to work. And then I'll be off into the kitchen. Because that kitchen oven takes a long time to heat up.
EBQ. Target says are of course. DHL really speeding up now.
Pro Engineer says definitely getting near the end. Cian's LED per minute rate has dropped slightly.
Colin Alston says if you want a 3080 you will have to make it yourself.
Pierre says baking cookies at the same time.
Wonder if I can make a 3080 out of all the parts I've got here. Should be able to.
Rick the Almighty says Jeff Gerling still haven't got a powerful GPU to run on Raspberry Compute model.
Yeah, I know. But they were never designed to, so it's great that he's trying.
Target says yum flux flavored cookies.
Jay says with 1063 LEDs the nominal max refresh rate is 31.36 Hz.
Super Electrolyte says IDK want the shorter John passes like elsewhere, but here I saw a full wall of them and no one buying.
What's that?
Mike says and rosin cookies.
Yeah. Your GPUs are available now again, I believe. And the prices have dropped. Or dropping.
Embedded Hobbyist says, did you hear about the constipating mathematician? Worked it out in logs with a pencil.
Okay, I can almost rest my hand now. This could be the last row that I can't, but... Okay. I just got to flip a whole bunch of it. I've got to move the LEDs over. They're too far away. Let's flip them.
Pro Engineer says averaging between 5 and 6 litres EDS per minute.
Five and 6 per minute? No way. Oh, you mean overall? Since I started, or right now?
PS says saw the pictures of the other one, very nice indeed.
Thanks. I'm excited by... I mean, it's working out exactly how I pictured it would.
Pro Engineer says that's based on the last 10 or so minutes.
Oh, I'm going faster than that. I just did 5 then in like 30 or 40 seconds.
Colin Alston says, when refresh depend how the LEDs are split, you wouldn't run 1063 on a single channel on my 1280 near pixel board I split into 8 channels on.
No, I'm running them all in one channel. One channel, 1063 LEDs.
Colin Alston says Maverick.
Hansi Grobbler says at this point, what are you thinking in regards to viewer interaction with this sign?
Jerry says you're doing great, Ian.
Thanks. I want to have the usual. You can set the colors, solid. There'll be animations. You can, there'll be like, outline modes and different fading modes, and I want to be able to play GIFs on them, like when there's a super chat or something. And yeah, like I want to, like there's stacks more I can do with it effects wise, and the chat will be able to choose what it's doing, I guess, possibly, and also possibly display messages on it. Yeah, I also like the idea of, although it'd be interesting how it'd work out, where you could all maybe, you could set the color per LED, so you could all draw pictures, although that always turns out bad because you all draw over each other.
Make the top half blue and the bottom half yellow.
You mean like my back logo right now?
Rhoda says if you do an average of 4 LEDs per minute, you'll be finished in 25 minutes, said my calculation 2H ago.
Mako says hi, Sian.
Hey Mako. Well, I'm going much faster than that right now.
Beak says perfect.
Colin Alston says Slava Ukraine. James D. Kirk says, are we there yet?
Close.
Mike says a web page where people can draw on a canvas and it pushes to the display.
Yep, that could be cool. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe just through text.
Embedded Hobbyist says high fuel prices, feeling sick and sweating but feeling up. Get tested. You might have coronavirus.
Pro Engineer says your row placement is quite snappy, but you lose time when you reposition the board. Rick the Almighty says people will draw decks.
Yes, they will. It's the first thing people do. Isn't it, Mr. England?
Marcus says just testing this with a funny Wales city named Eslan Ferquagwingilgajurich Windawal Tasilia Gogagach.
At least I can rest my hand again.
Rayburn says you do know Cian is in slow-mo now just for the camera. He's much faster but the camera can't keep up.
Oh, I wish. I'm surprised that my hands are still even remotely steady.
Mako says how far are you, Cian?
Mouse Thief says decks of cards, or decks for relaxing a pun.
How far am I?
Mike says how do you pronounce Mako?
This far. Almost done. Just this last section here. And then the reflow challenge.
Mako says Mako.
Colin Alston says, how does this thing do with Icelandic volcanoic geological?
So I'm flipping LEDs.
James D. Kirk says, are your hands feeling shaky yet?
Whoops.
Hobbyist says there's an echo in the house.
Not really. I don't know. Oh, I just threw an LED. Where'd it go? There it is. My eyes are feeling quite wobbly. The constant in and out of the microscope is not doing good for my eyes right now. But we're almost there.
Mako says don't let them roll out of your head then sin long.
So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 70 to go.
Mike says pause for sip of cold coffee.
70 to go. Yeah, coffee. There's only a little bit left.
Target says no LED sacrificed to the carpet gods yet.
No.
Citizen Black says morning.
Good morning. Okay, 70 to go.
Pro Engineer says 5.2 LED per minute, 5-minute average.
Keen says my back suffers most from long placement sessions.
Colin Alston says, what if you just throw LEDs on top and shake it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that won't work. So I'm going to put caps on as well.
Colin Alston says it would be as good as Shanghai.
Master Chi says shake and bake.
Shake and bake. How many more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 more caps. Don't know how many I just got out then.
James D. Kirk says, do they make UV activated solder paste yet?
No idea.
Target says have you got those caps in the right orientation?
I had to flip all the ones I did the other day. It was terrible. Nothing worse than flipping caps. And resistors. It's just really hard to see the polarity markings on them. They should make them clearer. Ugh.
Target says yeah, resistors are the worst for that.
Beak says I do flip resistors so the markings all read the same way.
That's called...
Iverson says stop coffee time.
That's OCD. That's called OCD. Just saying. Don't you mean stop hammer time?
Colin Alston says they should make a conductive paste so you can test before reflow.
I'm pretty sure applying power to this would reflow the paste.
Master G says I only do that for 3-hole resistors.
Okay.
Target says I take extra time to make all my resistors read in different directions.
James D. Kirk says they need to make polarized caps with built-in bridge rectifiers so orientation wouldn't matter.
Iverson says a twist on it, yeah, just thought it was time for a refresher.
Embedded Hobbyist says, did you buy the caps pre-tombstoned?
Did I buy them what? Pre-tombstone. Oh, very funny. That was funny, Paul. I also take a lot of care to make sure that my
Master G
resistors...
says I hate how many SMB resistors have no markings or a code now.
Well, they do. 0603 and above do. Just 0402 and below don't. Yeah, I take...
Colin Alston says, I'm sorry. Dave, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Master G says printed code.
Mako says open the pod bay doors. Beak says I wish SMD caps had markings.
Yeah. I don't know what the markings would be, how they'd do it, and how they'd be visible. But yeah.
Colin Alston says electrolytics have them.
Keen says some manufacturers are removing the printed code from the larger resistors too now.
Oh, really? To save money on manufacturing? That's interesting. I've not received any like that I know of.
Target says the 0402 have a QR code. It's just you have to squint.
Simon says this is like watching paint dry.
Master G says this keen.
Pro Engineer says the only way you could do it at that size is something like color bands, perhaps.
They should invent some color band codes that let you identify resistors. That'd be really cool. Someone should think of that. You could put different colored bands on them, and each color could identify a different number.
Beak says microdots, like spies used to use.
Keen says I got a reel recently and thought they were incorrect, but there was a published doc about the change.
Who was the reel from?
Alex says 4 bands per resistor and 1 can tell tolerance.
That's a really clever idea.
And you should patent that idea.
Yeah, that's really clever, actually. Yeah, someone patent the idea. Quick.
Marcus says color code is already available as for the THT ones, but the idea is cool.
Pro Engineer says Smith is smiling right now.
I think you missed the sarcasm.
Iverson says, have you guys heard the news of Doom running on RP 2040? What a mad lad.
Mako, I think you missed the whole sarcasm involved in that.
James D. Kirk says 4 bands on the run.
Keen says element 14 I think may have been Yagia.
Beak says you also need to indicate what dielectric X7 are versus X5 are.
On a resistor? What?
Mako says no worries.
Yeah, I was being facetious. Sorry.
Beak says on a cap.
Well, they should also then specify, if they're going to do that on the cap, they should specify also the manufacturer, put a manufacturing code, and then they should also put the date of manufacture and what lot number they were on.
Pro Engineer
as
says,
well.
I can't say the name of a certain Australian electronics entrepreneur whose last name is Smith due to the profanity filter.
Beak says less than 30 to go.
No way! Really? Oh. Oh.
Colin Alston says Smith.
Pub with no beer says it will not be long now.
It will not be long. Well, it will. Got to reflow it.
Jeremiah King says Richard Smith.
Oh, right. Can't say Dick Smith. Interesting. My profanity filter.
Colin Alston says Dick Smith.
Deck. It's got a really big deck. I've got a big deck right outside there in my backyard.
Beak says oi. No swearing.
I said
Target
deck.
says just say it like a Kiwi.
Yeah, a deck. Deck. D-E. Deck.
Mike
Demonetized.
says Dick Smith.
Beak says Scumford problem.
Colin Alston says I love my deck, invite people to play on it all the time.
Pro says home stretch deck Smith would be Pruitt.
Well, less than 14 to go.
Rhoda says if you finish in 8 minutes, you'll have done exactly 4 leads per minute on average.
Excellent. Okay, that's 10. 9. Damn, I've got to flip them all. 8.
Beak says it's the final countdown.
7.
Iverson says Australian rotation or correct rotation of the leads.
Pub with no beer says you could have a countdown.
Mako says time to hurt your hands again with the pliers sadly.
5.
Pro says this is NASA's new countdown.
Mike says 5, 4, 3.
Gotta do the cap still.
Beak says you're missing caps.
Yeah, I know.
James Sharman says slam your hand on the table and use the ones that flip right way.
Colin Alston says T-1 lead.
And I need to get that one out.
Mako says how many caps there?
I'm short. 7 caps. No, need one more LED. Okay. LED's done.
James D. Kirk says its polarity reversed in the land down under.
Target says 1 MW ha ha.
Mousy says sprint finish to get averages up.
Okay, I can't get... Okay. I can't get this in a position... Maybe like this. I can sit on an angle. Oh, that's not good. Hang on. I need to turn this.
Colin Alston says now just don't bump it.
I'm trying not to. These last caps are a pain. Sorry, the camera's moving.
Pro says heck yeah.
Oh, these are caps.
Desmond Hawkins says everything is reversed down there. Even the macOS beach ball stays the other way.
Rhoda says not bad. Estimated total of 2 hours 21. Took 2 hours 15.
Colin Alston says imagine the swearing if it falls on the floor.
Oh, I knocked the LED.
Beak says do not sneeze.
I should have put these caps on first. Bugger. This is proving quite
Pro says rotor.
difficult.
That's above average.
Proving
Devo
quite...
says bump it. Bump it good.
That's better.
Colin Alston says I like that I sound like Stephen Hawking.
Okay, one more. Okay, done. Done. Whew.
Like Stephen Hawking.
No. Okay. Holy moly. Done. I hope.
Chris says I can hear Frodo saying right now, it's done. Rick the Almighty says ship it.
I reckon a lot of those caps aren't going to reflow properly. Okay, so now let's talk about how I'm going to reflow it. This should be fun.
Colin Alston says now just leave it out in the Australian sun and it will be reflowed.
Yeah, maybe.
Mr. Bond says now, how are you going to cook it?
Okay.
Beach says now to reflow it.
I'm going to
King
rotate.
says yay. Also, coffee has arrived.
Taggart says, how's your eyes feeling?
My eyes are feeling a bit sore. So I'm going to just reorient my Mac so you can see a bit more on my desk. I'm going to do it here, but it's going to end badly. So this is what my plan is.
Devo says, did you hear there was an earthquake in Japan?
No, I did not. Hot plate.
Matt Ritchie says the LEDs will float away 8 t.m.
Alexa, turn on fire.
Embedded Hobbyist says this is where you find to use peanut butter in place of paste.
Okay. So I have a reflow. How I'm going to...
Alex says welcome to Cooking with Unexpected Maker.
So here's my plan. Aluminium sheet. 0.5 millimeter. On top.
Stefan says horror version.
Awesome woodworking. Look what I made. You ready for this? You know what this is? It's to
Ivor says checking for enunciation.
restart my heart when this catches on fire.
Remember, hot things are hot.
Right? Like this. And you can all laugh as much as you want. Thermal tape.
Mako says don't cut yourself with it.
I'm going to put thermal tape in between the two.
Keen says hot plate setup is good plan.
I don't know how good this thermal tape is, and I'll probably disintegrate, and I don't care.
Matt Ritchie says, are we having popcorn?
Beak says, do you have some gloves to protect your hands this time?
Nope. Nope.
Mako says exciting times.
Exciting times indeed. So the idea is, I don't know how hot I'm going to be able to get this. Sorry, I don't know how much heat's going to transfer.
Beak says, burn baby burn.
Yeah, I don't know how much heat's going to transfer. So, and this plate's raised slightly, so there might be a bit of a
Mr.
problem.
Bond says reflow Barbie.
So the plan is to lift the
Mako says wouldn't the heat degrade farther from the hot plate?
Yes, but I'll move it around.
Beak says, beep turn on save my life.
So the idea
Hub
is...
with no beer says, you are a brave man, Cian.
Thanks. The idea
Colin
is
Alston
to...
says put another lid on the Barbie.
I'm just going to volume down for a moment. I'm going to heat this up hotter than the reflow temp to make sure there's enough temperature going into the aluminium. And I'm going to get a reflow master with a thermocouple connected to it. Attached.
Devo says, how about if you use the aluminum plate as a stage on the side of the hot plate?
Well, I can't do it on the side, so
Mako says oh anyways.
I have to double the height on these ones. So it's going to take a few minutes to set up.
Embedded Hobbyist says Cian and his didgeridoo will play a little light music.
Oh, where are my other tweezers? Don't know. So this will either work or it won't work. Which is totally fine.
Devo says cue the elevator music.
So I don't even know if I want it in the middle.
Master G says no, nothing in between.
Colin Alston says never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down.
I'm actually changing my mind on this. I'm gonna
Mako says are there larger hot plates?
Alex
There
says
are.
they want to pre-dial 000.
There are larger, I don't have one, so that doesn't help me. I can only use what I've got here now.
Robbie says, love the fact you are building and trying this plan for the first time, live brave man.
Sure. What could go wrong? It'll either work or it won't, right? It'll either reflow
Master
the
G
board.
says cover it in heat sink compound.
Beak says hot things continue to be hot.
Okay, so okay. So that's stuck it down. I can obviously adjust these on the side. Here is a non-pasted board. So it almost all fits on the metal. Well, it does. The end part does. And I'm going to have to move it around a bit like this, like I did last time.
Master G says Korean BBQ time, folks.
But I don't have to
Colin
worry
Alston
about...
says, do you have a thermal camera?
I don't have a thermal camera, but what I'm going to do is grab my... one moment.
Honey Badger says, is the tape rated for the needed temps?
No, probably not. And it'll disintegrate, and that's fine. I don't have any problem with that. Just hold on a moment, please.
Devo says thermal conductive based.
Just going to grab my Reflow Master Pro.
Honey Badger says fume extractor on then.
I don't know. That's not gonna. I'm not gonna be able to do a fume extractor on the end. So I need a thermocouple. Do I have an open one? Probably not. That's okay. So.
Devo says, do you have a thermistor to monitor the temp of the plate?
I've got a thermocouple right here, which is going to be connected to a Reflow Master Pro. That's just going to be turned on. That'll give me my readings.
Mako says sadly you still need to hold the pliers for a long time.
But not as much. It's not. I don't have to balance it on the board. It's going to be balanced by itself. So a big difference.
Master G says 70% chance of success, 20% of failure, 10% chance of table flip.
Mako says I bet you then.
Okay, so if I plug this in and turn it on, wonder where I can put it.
Beak says 100% chance of entertainment.
Okay, so it's currently 24 degrees.
Honey Badger says, can you clamp those wooden supports down?
I don't need to. This is not moving anywhere. Look. It's fine.
Pro says Reflow Master Pro advanced features.
Kamor says Reflow Master Pro XL.
Get some Kapton tape.
Devo says, do you have tweezers to press on the high spots to get full contact with the PCB?
I do if I need, yep. So I'm going to...
Pro says Reflow Master Studio.
Gonna stick this underneath just here, as close to the edge as I can get it.
Mako says lean on it with your body, haha.
Except it's now... right. Okay, there was a ground short, but now there's not. So you can't see the temperature, but I can. So it says it's 26 degrees on this plate, or 25. Interesting.
Mako says a cooked cian.
Interesting, it keeps... Make a what? A cooked
Zip
cian.
Ty says click like and subscribe, folks.
Okay, let's tidy up some of this junk on my desk. Get it out of the way.
Mako says what we all do for electronics.
The things we do to get YouTube views. Okay, here we go. So, power is on. On. It's currently set to 185 degrees. I'm going to put the actual...
Tablet says me and Heath Robinson think this seems reasonable.
Beak says this stream is sponsored by Does This Smell Like Chicken?
Okay. So...
Mako says throw on the meat for the BBQ.
Alex says the bigger the disaster, the more views you will get.
Keen says might need to put the thermocouple between wood and metal to keep it from moving.
Beak says remember, hot things are hot.
Colin Alston says stick your coffee cup on there in the meantime to warm up.
I just turned it off because my...
Mako says hi Keen.
thermocouple is switching between... Let me just take this off for a second. It's switching... So this plate in the middle must be
Either
ground...
says bigger, more disaster, magic smoke. I crave it.
Right. The metal of the unit underneath is grounded, which means I can't attach the thermocouple directly to the metal. I'm going to have to attach it via some of this thermal stuff. I thought that might be the
Mako
case.
says I'll put you on it, Christian. Kojim says you should have some oven mitts.
Keen says Reflow Master on battery powered.
Yeah,
Embedded Hobbyist says Captain Tape.
No, Kapton tape won't help. Sometimes I can't see what I'm doing because it's on the wrong side.
Beak says magic.
Kojim says oven mitts make too much sense.
Pro says what sort of thermocouple is that?
A K-type thermocouple. Come on. Far out. Should have put this on before I stuck it down.
Mako says geek is a short, quixotic geek.
Okay, got it.
Colin Alston says, why are people afraid of a little heat?
Okay.
Kojim says I will supply the steaks.
Embedded Hobbyist says Captain Tape is used for isolation of K-types in a lot of test houses.
Yeah, I know.
Devo says, can you attach thermocouple to bottom of metal plate Captain Tape so it is electrically insulated from the hot plate?
I just used my thermal tape to connect it. The problem with sticking Kapton between them is that's also a heat barrier. so it affects
Pro
your
says, I'm
readings.
not afraid of heat, I am afraid of what happens to flesh when it goes above 53 degrees C.
Okay, here we go.
Pub with no beer says it may fall off when it gets hot.
Ivor says, Captain, my captain.
I've got Kapton tape over it to hold it on. Okay, so
Mako says hold your horses.
heat transfer doesn't look very good. We're up to 73 degrees here, and this doesn't feel like it's changing temp.
Embedded Hobbyist says Captain Tape is so thin it does not affect the readings much.
This does not seem to be going up. I mean, it's going up slowly, but like this reckons the plate in the middle says it's about 100 degrees.
Mako says trick the breaker along.
I really need to measure the... because it's buckling. It's buckled. Okay, from the heat. It's going to turn it off for the moment. It's not making good contact. That's hot. Whoa, that's hot there.
Devo says how much heat transfers to the top of the PCB. Can you measure the top of the PCB?
Mr. Bont says only the lines of tape will be transferring heat. The rest will act as a sink.
No.
Beak says more heat.
Colin Alston says if you keep heating it might unbuckle when the temperature normalizes across it.
Matt Tucci says it will level out once it all heats up.
Keen says stick it down.
Beak says I did tell you that hot things are hot.
Okay, you don't realise how it's stuck down. There's no tape directly contact between these
Conscience
points.
says do what you did for the U.
Anyway, I need to pull this off.
Mako says all the captains are on the wallway.
This is unfortunately sticking really well. Better than I expected. It's going to be a problem. It's not stuck on the plate because it would have made a bump. My PCB wouldn't have laid flat. It's stuck around the outside, not on the metal. So that's why there's nothing holding this down here. I mean, that's getting hot.
Ivor says you don't have an old-fashioned stove.
No. Not in my office, I don't. Anyway. I mean, it's getting hot. It's transferring heat, but it's not spreading out enough. So all it means is my thermocouple is not
Robbie says unexpected stickiness.
going to work. My thermocouple is not going to work to let me know how hot it is. That's all. So I'm going to have to do it by eye. That's all. That's all it means. And there's going to be a hot spot in the middle.
Devo says if thermocouple is attached to top of PCB, wouldn't it measure the actual temp the paste is getting to?
No, because it's isolated in the
Embedded
middle.
Hobbyist says anyone seen Captain covered wire go bang.
Alan K says hi Yesian.
Okay, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to reflow it. I'm going to have to...
Pro says a hot spot is okay. It's probably more important to use the plate to help keep the board from bowing anyway.
What do I want? That's what I want. Okay. Oh, didn't turn it back on. Okay.
Mako says how hot before the leads die.
It's not going to overheat it. I can
Devo
adjust the
says,
temperature.
Where is your pointy tool?
Sorry? It's an anti-static brush.
Stefan says, is using a heat gun the solution?
No. I mean, I can use a heat gun over the top of this. I'll have to move it, but... See, the piece is bowing again. The PCB is not really sticking down flat. So it's not... That's the problem. I can't push the PCB down without pushing the parts. I need two things to push. You'll be fine, folks, don't worry. You'll be fine. Okay, it's at 140 degrees on the unit. Switch my glasses so I can see closer.
Mako says you probably have to reflow a couple again after.
Robbie says just turn it up to 11 and it'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. 155.
Devo says, do you have some wooden skewers or chopsticks to press on PCB?
I have to be really careful it doesn't move if I do that. Tweezers.
Master G says hot air assist perhaps Cian.
Yeah, but my hot air station's nowhere near this, so I'd have to plug everything in and move everything. Okay, it says it's at 170. Should see something by now. The problem is, so firstly, it's going to wick all the heat.
Bruce says what temp is needed to reflow this based?
165 really, but on direct contact, and I don't have direct contact.
Now the mod says we need to get you a Wi-Fi head camera. Then we are real life VR.
Beak says hot, 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 hot.
It really doesn't look like it's...
Mako says, can this voice also sing?
Yeah, this bow in the middle is not working. It's just, I'm losing too much heat.
Beak says, how hot is it?
190 degrees.
Bruce says if this doesn't work, it can always double as a Korean BBQ.
I hadn't planned for the bowing. Yeah, this is really not working.
Bruce says, I wonder if my eye paint curing lamp gets hot enough.
So my other option, I need to take it off for the moment.
Colin Alston says get out the Kobe.
Honey Badger says yos. Take your apple pie out of the oven. Cian is coming your way soon.
Okay, I'm just going to turn this off for the moment. Yeah, it's really bowed in the middle. It's like... Not sure if you can see.
Mako says Sin has some parts reflowed.
No, nothing's reflowed. Even at that temperature. So I can look at hot airing it.
Beak says, what is the backup plan?
My backup plan is...
Devo says try my suggestion of putting metal plate on the side of hot plant as a stage.
I can't. I don't have.
Says.
Citizen Blank says, can you add a packer of metal in the middle to bridge the gap?
I can't get the top off. Folks, come on. Yeah.
Alex says hot air plus hot plate plus hopes and dream.
Okay, I can reach the hot air now. So, yep, it's going to be hot plate and hot air. is going to be what it is.
Rhoda says what Wagon Load says.
Rick the Almighty says just do like last stream.
I can't get a metal plate between.
Bruce
I can't
says
get
my
this
pan
off.
lights are inexpensive.
It's
and
stuck
my
down.
air's low.
The metal is stuck down. I will damage this aluminium getting it off, and it's the only sheet I've got. So, I can't retape it. I can't stick anything underneath.
Navamat says the oven in the kitchen is still available.
Yes, it
Keith
is.
says the extra support was a good idea.
I just didn't account for the bubble in the middle. That's okay. I can reflow like
Wolf
this.
says build a stack of book next to the heat plate and calibrate the missing millimeters with a stack of paper.
Beak says hot air.
Master G says put on your largest nozzle.
Okay, anyway. It's not that I'm deliberately ignoring you all, it's just that I appreciate your suggestions. None of them can work for me right now. My options are exactly what I'm doing right now, or... Jesus, that's not the right temp. What I'm doing right now, or the kitchen oven. So, I'm going to try this. It's going to be rather slow.
Beak says, have you tried doing it standing on your head?
Keen says ignore us and continue.
Mike says careful now.
Beak says, I see we're at the unhelpful suggestion stage of the stream.
Rhoda says time for bed, folks. Don't set your room on fire. Bye.
Mako says
Thanks,
got no
Rhoda.
way to sit down, eh?
PCB is sucking all the heat. It's starting to reflow.
Alpha Male says what is he doing with his left hand?
I was going to see if I could...
Mouse Thief says have you tried it in a box? Have you tried it with a fox?
Mako says got no way to sit down, eh?
No.
Devo says good nith writer.
Master G says have you turned the plate back on?
Yes. Goes to show how little heat
Mako says
contact.
too high.
Super chat!
Woo! Thanks, Pro Engineer.
Beak says, is it reflowing?
It is, but
Colin
slowly.
Austin says have you tried it with green eggs and ham?
Yeah, this is going to not work either. It's going to take way too long. And I have to do each part bit by
Noxie
bit.
says, is someone using my nickname? I keep hearing Noxie.
I'm going to have to use the kitchen oven. It's wicking too much heat. The PCB is pulling too much heat. The unevenness of this on the plate is not working. It's just transferring heat off it. What? Who was that? Bruce. Thanks, mate. So, I need to go turn the... Can't see me. I need to go turn the kitchen oven on. This is an unfortunate fail.
Mako says isn't it poisonous for food after using it?
We have to give it a really good
Navamat says
clean.
put the kettle on while you're in there and make a coffee.
Codgin says you can't be serious about the kitchen.
I am totally serious about the kitchen. Totally serious. There's no other way to reflow this.
Pro says we haven't failed yet. You've just found 2 ways that didn't work.
Well, there is something else I can
Says
do.
PCB cooking break.
There is something else I can do.
Beak says, don't forget to make a coffee while you were there.
No, hang on. One other thing.
Alpha
It's
Male
drastic.
says what does Jazz say about using the oven?
Mike says blowtorch.
Okay. One more thing. One more thing. Where is it? There. Oh, can't see what I'm doing. Okay, I'm going to try this first. So if I can do this without cutting my fingers off.
Mike says cut it out, CM.
Oh, hang on. It's coming off. Maybe because it's... Ah!
Devo says you cover hot plate with a thin layer of sand to level out the surface.
Oh, it's coming off. Hang on.
Target says phone died. Battery what did I miss? I left at the bulge.
Oh, okay. Good.
Rayburn says I'm sure we will hear the reply from the kitchen Fred.
Okay. I have an idea.
Keen says good luck and I will check it again a bit later.
Oh, hot. That's still rather hot. Okay.
Mike says I can smell the burned fingers from here.
Yeah. I need to get it off this.
Beak says, how many times do we have to remind you hot things are hot?
Hot things are hot.
Mako says use kitchen gloves soon.
Hot things are hot.
Austin says flap it around, it will cool.
Keen says let it cool down, please.
No. I have a time limit. I have a time limit on my board right now, folks. Don't forget that. Okay. So, the new plan is...
Matt Tucci says where is the fun in that?
The new plan.
Mike says tiny kangaroo dance sport.
Ivor says 60s sound effects.
Colin Alston says the paste is drying as we speak.
Correct, it is. Which is why I have such a time thing. Well, that... I don't know if that's gonna...
Devo says that was my stage plan.
Pro says hotness is a matter of perspective compared to the heat shield of the JWST. That plate is positively freezing.
Beak says wub wub wub.
Okay. Okay. Directly on here, just use that as support. I need to get this off though.
Matt Tucci says this method will work. I give this method 95% chance of success.
Thank you. Okay. This way at least I'm getting direct contact. Except this is slightly lower.
Full support.
This is lower. It's by about 0.5 millimeter. That's the problem. Which is why I didn't want to do this to start with.
Colin Alston says JWST ain't got sheet on Parker Sun Pro.
Mako says oh the old trick but without pliers needed to hold it.
No, I have to hold it still because it's not touching. This is lower, as I said. So this is still not good for the edges. But it's better than nothing. Okay, it's heating up. Where did I put my tweezers? Use this. I'm still going to have to hold it down on the plate.
Beak says place bets now on how many times he burns his fingers.
Thanks. Thanks, folks.
Mike says that's one big toothbrush.
It is.
Colin Alston says fingers grow back in a few days.
Mako says the wood will burn.
No, it won't. Okay. So we're getting some reflow action. If I leave it on there for long enough.
Pro says wood is an excellent insulator.
Okay, a lot of these caps are going to need rework, as I mentioned. If only I had tweezers. Keen, I only had tweezers.
Mr. Bont says just imagine the teeth it's made for.
Mako says I have to get up at 7 a.m.
Bummer, I had to get up at 5 a.m. today.
Mike says can you tell it's reflowing by sight or smell?
Devo says is that a bird outside or a squeaky swing set?
Birds. Very loud birds.
Keen says JBCFTW.
Stefan says time for bed. Bye bye.
Pro
Bye,
says
Stefan.
today I learned there is a 5 a.m.
Mako says yeah, you give yourself for Europe. Target says with the puppy 7 a.m. is a lion.
Master G says I love the smell of flux in the morning.
Still having contact issues. I don't know which direction to go.
Beak says it's almost bedtime, 1 more hour.
Nadamot says don't forget to flip it so the other side is cooked evenly.
Beak says is it reflowing?
Mako says Sin reverses his times to please us from up north.
Embedded Hobbyist says I'm going to have to catch the end of the stream tomorrow. Good night, folks.
Catch you later.
Colin Alston says Jodie Foster can help with contact issues.
Oh, I just wrecked this cap. Okay, I gotta not
Rick
do
the
that.
Almighty says I am off Fridays, so please continue.
Okay, see the PCB's bowed. That's the problem. And it's stuck. See, PCBs when they get hot they bow. The bigger they are, the more copper inside them, the more they bow. This smells wonderful, by the way.
Colin Alston says Bobo buy your boat.
Bobo?
Pro says could you mitigate some of the bowing with a little hot air on top, or is it going to be unavoidable?
It's going to be unavoidable, and I can't hot air it and hold the PCB at the same time. I think it's reflowing though.
Mako says roll your boat gently on the stream.
Colin Alston says how many hands do you think Cian has?
Not enough.
Pro says sounds like we need to crowdfund Cian a third arm.
Oh, this is getting hot. As in, I'm getting hot.
Target says I only smoke so that I can't blame shit quick for my lungs. Mako says ask Yas to hold the board.
I'm pretty sure Yaz is not here. If she was, she'd take no part in this. She'd look at what I'm doing and she'd go call the ambulance. It's definitely reflowing.
Mr. Bont says bet you missed that 6-off robot now.
I don't think I'd make the 6-off robot try to reflow this. Look, it's reflowing, folks. Probably better than it did on Wednesday. Because I'm...
Colin Alston says if you need hot air, head to Parliament.
Master G says getting into a groove now.
Target says Yas has good instincts.
She does. Especially when it comes to me and hurting myself. How long have we been going for? Oh, 3 hours, 20 minutes. Excellent. Oh, I just closed the pliers on my hand. That was good.
Mako says birds.
Beak says is it flowing?
Yeah. It is reflowing.
Master G says emergency services on speed dial.
Pro says the things we do for pretty LEDs.
Colin Alston says I thought for a second you closed them on something else.
Mr. Bont says squawk.
Squawk. Squawk. Squawk. Whew. I'm going to need a nice bath after this. Okay, well, I think it's all reflowed.
Target says explain again why you're unexpected and not loony.
Mako says squeak squeak.
I don't think this is that loony. Okay, I think it's all reflowed.
Mike says can insert personal assistant name, call emergency services.
Dean says very glad it is low temp paste.
Me too. Very, very
Pro
glad.
says the Looney Maker channel was taken.
Oh, I got myself with the pliers. Okay, so
James
here we go.
Sharman says Alexa order burn cream for same day delivery, please.
Okay.
Beak says, are you glad your logo isn't bigger or more complex?
Yes, I am
Says
glad.
that.
I am glad. Okay. Whew. I'm not sure if you can see this.
Mako says what we do for a couple of lights.
Can you? No. You see that? No.
Mike says damage report.
That's where I got it caught.
Matt Tucci says
Anyway.
success.
Okay, so let me get this back out the way. I think we have success. I need to put the air conditioner on. Oh my god, it is hot. Whew. Is this hot? Not really.
Matt Tucci says harden Apsian.
I did get this off my desk.
Austin says I bought a lathe recently. Don't see my hands.
You bought a what? A lathe? Just don't tell me you bought a table saw.
Cursive loop exclamation point. Say.
I thought you were going to say I bought a table saw recently.
James Sharman says leads are not an obsession, they are a way of life.
So, oh my gosh. Hi everyone. It's been a while. Oh wow, it is hot. Sorry, that was pretty insane.
Dean says so far we are down one tiny pico and one Cia.
No, the tiny pico's
Says,
fixed.
does it work?
Tiny pico's fixed. Now I wonder if there's...
Mako says is it hot outside also?
No, my god, this board is hot. Wow. Okay. Jesus, I've got heat here and heat here. And air conditioning up there. Okay.
Dean says hopefully the Cian will be fixed again soon.
The Xeon will be fixed. Xeon will be fine. That'll heal. Okay.
Devo says open a window.
No, I've got air conditioning on. That's fine. So,
Mako says you fixed the tinny pickle you killed Cian.
I did. It was just a diode. I stuck a bigger diode on it.
Pro says short-term pain, long-term photonic emissions.
Okay. I should get it out of this. If I get it... Can't lift it up yet. It's still too hot. If I get it out of the edge rails, the frame, I'll get rid of most of the heat. There's definitely a lot of caps I need to rework, but there'll be enough. I don't care. I'm not worried about the capacitance on the board, and I can rework those later. Most of them I just need to touch it with an iron.
Beak says your logo looks awesome in this color.
It looks what? Oh, it looks awesome in this color. Which color? The back one? Sure. Yep. Okay. Oh, that's still a bit hot.
Mako says Cian, how does it connect to the U?
So,
Beak says the logo on the wall behind you.
it connects via each side. The U and the M have these three pads that'll be solder bridged or with wires across, with a cap on each side. That's how they'll get electrically connected, and mechanically there's just the mounting holes, and they'll hopefully
Mako says okay.
hopefully just
Target
line up.
says is it 4 layer in a laser, a giant cap.
Matt Tucci says 84 times Cian had burned himself today.
It is 4 layers. It's 4 layers. Okay, so in case you all want to see, let's...
James D. Kirk says set photon emissions to dazzle.
So I'll show you what I mean with some of the caps.
Mako says couch will burn.
So like that cap there is not soldered on the bottom. Like stuff like that will need to be fixed. Where are my tweezers?
Geek says continuity test.
Yeah, in a second. Right, but like these, that's fine. They're fine. That one there. Right, they just moved. Because they were hand placed. That one there. So these are reflowed, but they don't look fantastic. I'm going to want to give them some more heat. Damn it. Okay. I was hoping I wouldn't, because I'm worried about the LEDs next to them. Not the caps, but the LEDs. So I don't want any LEDs falling off.
Beak says ready the hot air.
So it's a bit hard to tell. The cap hasn't quite reflowed properly, and I'm concerned that the LED might... Oh, the LED's on. The cap's actually on. It's not great reflowing. I would like it a little bit better. So I'm just going to quickly give that a bit of hot air.
James D. Kirk says, can you do it with a regular solder iron?
For the cap I can, but not for the LED, because the pads are underneath. So on Wednesday I had some LEDs fall off. I just don't want to have that happen again if I can avoid it. It's just really hard to heat these board up because of the thermal mass. Yeah, it's going to
Mike
need...
says it's a giant heatsink.
It's a massive heatsink. I'm going to need to flux it. Unfortunately. Just means more cleanup. Just along this round edge here. Just feel like I need to give it a bit.
Beak says flux this.
Better safe than sorry. Okay, better safe than sorry.
Master says it looks like some paste hasn't reflowed.
Pop with no beer says got to hit the sack now. Thanks, scene. Good night, all.
No worries. Catch you later.
Colin Alston says flux it like Lewis Rossman.
Have a good sleep, Dave. It's not reflowed terribly, but like electrically, there's contact. It's just not very nice looking, which means I'm better off just fixing it. Try to keep it under the microscope for you.
James D. Kirk says if you can hold a razor blade between the cap and LED, the LED won't get too hot.
I want the LED to get hot. I want it to reflow underneath.
Colin Alston says those LED can take a beating.
They can. Remember, I high temp paste them through the oven for my
Lewis says
boards.
that's not enough flux. You need at least a micro pour.
Yeah, it's enough flux. It really is enough flux. Well,
Chris Cox says, is there such a thing as a laser iron sim?
there's a laser iron. Don't know. We spoke about laser reflow the other day, but I don't know about an iron.
Colin Alston says there are laser welders.
Well, there you go.
Beak says if flux isn't dropping from the ceiling, you aren't using enough.
So this is the LED I tried fixing when it was on the hot plate. And that didn't work very well. Okay. So, yes, we need to electrically test this. We should do that now. Do it over on this side while it's hot. So we just need to find just a cap will do.
Beak says, can this letter be tested independently or does it need the U?
I'll need to solder some wires to it. Okay. No short. Okay, board's not shorted. Doesn't mean that an LED won't kill it, but you know. Okay, so is it cooling down? Yep. Okay, so what I need to do.
Colin Alston says, what meter was that?
Beak says power time.
It's a Summit. Can you see that? Hopefully.
Jim says prepare for the main event. Target says no short. Ship it.
Ship it.
GLaDOS says I'm making a note here. Huge success.
Well, it's not lit up yet.
Beak says, why is there a rectangle on the screen?
That's the autofocus indicator. But I've got that turned off right now. So, ground, data, VCC. I'm going to have to solder some wires on. Temporarily.
Beak says it's hard to overstate my satisfaction.
It's hard to overstate or understate. I hope you meant over. 1, 2, 3. 3 wires. Okay. I need some solder. My iron is on. Actually, we know what I can do. If I can find them. I can't remember what pitch.
Says is the microscope lens hazy contrast doesn't look the best.
Yeah, I know. It's just a light reflection off the ENIG. There's not a lot like, and the window and everything else. Nothing I can do about it.
GLaDOS says I know you can overstate, and I know you can understate, but can you ever just state?
Yeah.
Beak says you just keep on going until you run out of cake.
Okay, I'm taking the tops of these DuPont cables off.
Rick the Almighty says this stream sponsored by PCBWay.
It is. I'm taking them off so I can
Mike says you just stated bruh.
put them into a 3-way housing to make it easier to solder on and off.
Beak says and the science gets done, and you make a neat gun for the people who are still alive.
Mako says Sim you earn a nice lunch after this.
Hey Alan, is that he there? Alan, we're doing burgers today.
Pro says touche.
Tissues? What? Aren't you locking?
James D. Kirk says, how about a 3-pin male DuPont connector?
You mean like that? Like what I'm doing right now? No way. See, this one is not going in. Why are you not going in?
Pro says the cake is a lie.
This yellow one won't go in. Or won't stay in. Okay, it has now. Cool. So, I've got green, yellow and red. which I'm going to solder to here. Let's do this. Get off. Okay. Start with BCZ. So I'm doing this back to front. That's really silly.
Mako says stay you be.
JB, you've done it again. Guess you've got to be an Aussie to know that one. Yeah, that's not going to work. Oh. I need to get this edge off. Damn. Okay. Snippy, snippy.
Pro says that thermal mass is colour.
Mako says Mako's are from Dutch Eland.
Actually, that won't fit. I have to do this.
Zip tie says howdy. Where are we at?
We're about to test the board. I'm soldering some wires to it.
Target says bite those mousers.
Gonna get rid of these mousers. Okay. Kind of get rid of them. I'll clean it up after. But now I can put this down flat and even hold it in place. Maybe.
Mako says file the mousers.
Beak says zap.
Okay, here we go.
Colin Alston says we be Matt delivering up in here.
What?
Keen says some male header pins and female DuPont would make more sense.
No, I want to solder them off again. It doesn't matter. This is temporary. It's fine. Okay, so.
Colin Alston says Mac driving.
Keen says it's funny.
It's funny.
Ivor says your bolo lens has residue on it.
Everything's got residue on it. I'm going to put this away. Close my drawer. And I need to clear my desk. Sorry. We need to look at the... I'm going to have to look from the other camera. Just cool down yet? Yep. Good enough. Go put this in the garage.
Mako says Christian snake venom on it.
Mike says the number of its fine in a project is indicative of its success.
Okay, so what goes here?
Colin Alston says almost time for a midnight snack.
Almost time for breakfast. Where did I put it?
James D. Kirk says fake cake, your nibble tool looks like it would clean up mouse bite well.
Yes, it will. I'll worry about that later. Okay, I need... Oh, that's what I wanted. That, I need... Where's my other tiny Pico that's got headers? Here. Actually... I'm going to pull out my other one off the board.
Beak says level shifter.
Yeah, I don't have a level shifter. Can't do anything about that right now. So, if you want me to test it...
Collinator says nice bun.
Mike says I let my coffee go cold for solidarity.
Thanks.
Super chat!
Woo! Who's that?
Rick the Almighty says bumcam.
Keen! What was that for? Thank you. What was that for? Okay, I've got no cap on here either. Okay, so power.
Collinator says mind the crack.
5 volts.
Keen says for the Looney Tunes.
Mako
Thanks.
says my cola got warm for solidarity.
Beak says magic smoking 3-2.
14.
Target says making another brew. Should I warm up the transporter?
Rick the Almighty says your PCB is a large cap.
Suntribe says I recently joined. What's the deal with the Pillow t-shirt?
The Opulo t-shirt. I bought a t-shirt off them. Ground, 5 volts.
Beak says, do we have a better camera view?
Yeah, just hold on. Hold on. $14. Okay. We do, or hopefully, if my camera turns on.
Beak says the chart is there so that people can ask what the chart is about.
Mike says now, if we had a 6-axis camera.
So this should power up and light up 497 of these LEDs in red to start with as it goes online.
Mako says, do you plan to sell t-shirts on gear?
Target says, no, your PCB is a large cap, Johnny.
Guys, hold on a second. Guys, girls, sorry. Folks, there's no level shifting and I've got no cap at the entry point. So, here we go. Okay, look. So it's having, I don't have enough LEDs to test because I only did 497 of them. But to show you again, I wish I could...
Keen says some success, some weirdness.
James Sharman says epic win.
The weirdness here is that it doesn't know the outline.
Matt Tucci says big success, nice work.
And it's having some, it looks like it's having some speed issues through... Oh, I know why. It's doing them in sections because it's... The maths for the lines is for the U, not for the N. So the question is, will they go all the way along?
Honey Badger says time to celebrate with some fermented pineapple juice.
So
Target says good enough for Australia.
we need to reflash it with more LEDs. So we need the whole thing.
Zip tie says software problem.
Yeah, it's a software problem. Well, not a problem. I just hadn't set up.
Mike says I'd call that a win.
It is a win.
Slarty Godfirst says winner winner chicken dinner.
Yep.
Mako says ship it.
See, number of pixels. It's doing number of pixels, and I haven't set the number of
Collinator says
pixels.
sounds like a parrot problem.
See? Whoa, 1063. It is 1063, isn't it?
Mike says quick, recount them.
Yeah, 1063. So, this is going to try to light up way more. Let's see if there's enough memory. Let's see if we can do the whole thing now. I wish I could get the camera further out. Wait, let's do this. This might go bad. Let's see if it does the whole thing. It's still flashing. It's flashing, flashing, flashing. The whole thing has to go red.
Pump is on.
Ready, set, go. Reboot. Oh, there we go. Every LED. It works. It works, boys and girls. Every LED is working.
Collinator says would have been awesome if the compressor turned off the same time.
Yeah, that would have freaked me out.
Jerry says noise.
Keen says looks a bit like the Matrix.
Looks a bit like dog meat.
Mako says congratulations.
Thank you. So,
Talbot says boom.
let's put it all together. Yeah?
Beak says better success rate.
I need to cut it all
Tom
out.
says wood.
Keen says boom.
I need to cut it all out.
Collinator says this is an impressive project, dude.
Matt Tucci says it's like you're a professional.
Bruce says let go what?
Kayvon says congrats.
Thanks.
Mako says Sim, you got a cut for the mouse bites.
I got a what?
Howard says good job.
Thanks, everyone.
James D. Kirk says is the very last LED working.
It is. They all lit up.
Mako says cart.
Okay.
Mouse Beep says I'm not a professional, but I play one on YouTube.
Yeah. You don't mean me, though. I'm not cleaning the edges of these. I'll do that later.
Mike says is that to a specific to snipping mouse bites.
Say it again. What was that?
Mako says seen an animal derived from a tiger.
So I'll clean the mouse bites later.
Bruce says so when can we order one? Mike says is that a tool specific to snipping mouse bites.
Yeah, I've got a different range of ones. So I've got two different sizes like this. Put it in and you clip. And then I just also use pliers to clean them.
Says good paneling tool.
Depaneling tool. Okay, so I'm going to have to solder. I need to desolder this section. This is going to be...
James D. Kirk says that is my line. I'm not an actor, but I play one on TV.
You know what? I'm going to... Wait, I need to desolder this first. Let me just quickly desolder this. I'll change cameras in a second. Oh, I'm going to go back there. I need to get this off. If I can. This might be a problem. Okay, good. It's off. I just took this off because I need to connect them together. Okay, so back to here. So what I need to do...
Pollinator says 99 problems and then let 8 one.
Okay, I'm going to have to cut these edges off to be able to join them.
Mako says copper lay's too big.
Matt Tucci says aliens have drawn crop circles on your cutting mat.
Whoa, shoot. Okay. I'm going to have to clean the edges on this. So they line up like that. But this edge here, back in a moment. I was going to do that on my sand belt. One sec.
Mike says okay. B. Play hard music.
Pollinator says BZZT.
Okay. So what I need to do, I need to mount this. I need to mount this on something so they're all lined up properly.
Process registration markers, but they don't line up. But they do, if you think like a wagon.
You think like a what? So, this is my sacrificial lineup thingo.
Mako says got a piece of wood.
No, I don't need wood. I'm using this. You'll see. I'm going to have to mount it on this back to front.
Master G says, is it a Ryobi belt sander by any chance?
That's a good question. What is it? I think it's a Bosch. Or it could be... Oh, now you've got me questioning.
Mike says, is that a diffuser?
Master G says, it sounds like mine.
It is! Oh my god, it's a Ryobi. Well done. Okay. 18s. Need more of those, and I need more nuts. Okay, this is just sacrificial. This is not a diffuser or anything. It's just white acrylic. It's the only large sheet I had. So what I need to do is, I'm going to have to mount...
Mako says have a distinctive sound.
Do they? Okay, I have to go the other way. I have to mount these things on. So I'm putting headers on so I can then screw. Actually, you know what I can do instead, just for now, for alignment? I've got a better way. I'm going to it's going to take me a moment, folks. Sorry.
Mako says, aren't you sacrificing this acrylic now?
Well, this is. I'm not going to use this. This isn't being used in the final product. It's just being used as an alignment tool and as a way to hold it all together for now. How long have I been going?
Says, what did you make it for?
What I just said. As an alignment tool for the PCBs and somewhere to mount it and hold it all together while I'm working on it.
Mako says, why did you laser cut it?
Because it needs to be the right shape to hold it together with the right holes, and I needed to make sure that my template worked and it lines up.
Mako says, oh, you prepared it?
Yeah, this is designed specifically. This is the shape that my backing and diffuser will be, but not in this color. I've ordered the other acrylic. It hasn't arrived
says,
yet.
I didn't expect you prepared it.
Yes, I prepared it. Those, I need some screws. Okay. Sorry, I know you can't see what I'm doing. It's really not interesting. I'm just sticking screws in and standoffs so I can align, so I can put the PCB on. Except if I've done it upside down. God damn it, I've done it upside down.
Suntribe says, will the final product use any diffuser in front of the LEDs?
Yes, it will.
Mako says,
Tinted
more
black.
organised than bit loony hammer.
Talgott says, good night, Cian. Good night, all.
Catch you later. See you later, Paul. Bye, Sylvia. You're probably already asleep.
Suntribe says, nice.
There'll be, tinted acrylic on the front, tinted black, and black on the back. To mount it all on. Oh, come on. Why won't you get on? See?
Combinator says sayonara.
See, I did put something on upside down. How annoying. I also made these holes a bit too big.
Alpha Male says good night, all like a blue Peter night. Well done.
Thank you.
Keen says satin white acrylic, so pretty useless anyway, haha.
It is useless. It's not very nice. It's what I had originally on the front of my logo. What was that?
Suntribe says it would be cool if some of the light would be diffused to the background for the glow effect.
The camera's already zoomed out as far as it'll go, Mako. Sorry. Whoops. Okay, almost there. Okay, these are to hold the logo in place while I solder it, and then put the rest of the stuff on. Need one more. Be a white one.
Keen says, good thing you have such perfect hands for close-up shots.
Not really. Thanks. You're so kind. Okay, so.
Arcdanian says, take care on the copper, may some tuck tape as support would be nice.
So what was that?
Keen says, sarcasm.
I'll take you on the copper. Right. Sorry. I must have knocked my mouse. You all still there?
Keen says, unexpected coffee break.
Yeah, unexpected coffee break. Sorry about that.
Mark says, wow, still going?
That was an accident.
Jerry says cough break. Master G says little known fact. CN used to be a hand model.
Yeah.
Big says, did you mean to hit that button?
No, that was an accident.
Pro says this really makes you appreciate the work that goes into those LED artwork installations.
Zip Tie says I'm not here.
Okay. So I need to solder these together. I need to cut some bits of wire, and you can see alignment wise they're not quite right. That's because of just the standoffs. So I'm going to have to hold it in place and should probably tape it.
Mako says hi, not hesitating.
Big says 45 minutes until bedtime.
Okay, well we know it works, so at least you can go to bed knowing that it works.
Suntribe says badly to it.
Keen says, remove some header pins from the plastic frame and solder them on.
Pro says, was there ever any doubt?
Never any doubt. Okay. I'm not sure that's aligned well enough. We're about to find out. I'm going to go take it over here.
James Sharman says, I too must sleep. Thanks for the stream, CN.
No worries, James. Thanks for sticking around. It's making some space. 1 second. I'm going to have to turn this around. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. Well, the header pins aren't good enough. Like if I take them out of the shroud, they're not long enough. So I'm going to need to use. Oh, you mean normal header pins? Yeah, I've got these. Hang on. Where are they? So I'm just looking.
Mako says wire.
Keen says, yeah, I have extra long header pins.
Yeah, here. I've got extra long ones. But they're too long. They're too long. Do I have ones that are not so long? Hopefully. Somewhere.
Big says a big enough solder blob will get it.
Mako says cut them.
Sure, I can cut them, but if I've got ones that kind of line up, that'd be better. If I've got ones that are closer. Like those. I think that's better. Assuming
Pro says it looks like a SIM card connector.
So I just need to get them out though. 1, 2, 3. They just might be a bit difficult to put on. That's all. Having to hold them still. Okay. I should probably do the power one first.
Keen says more difficult than 1,515 LEDs.
Absolutely.
Mako says ground will be.
Ground will be okay. It's a good iron. See? Excellent iron. Okay. Can't really turn this around, so we have to do it like this.
Keen says JBC Master.
They are very good irons. I have
Pro
to
says
say.
nothing a bit of castellated flat flex couldn't fix.
Okay. That's pretty good power. Data and ground connection.
Kayvon says perfect.
I have to be careful when I take it all out though that I don't break this. There's no other place it joins other than this Kapton tape, which obviously I can trim. Oh, you can't see. I'm just trimming the Kapton tape.
Pro says just like a board one.
Just
Mako
like a board
says
one.
it a cap perhaps.
So I need to put the caps on. And then, now, I'm pretty sure...
Kayvon says also make sure you don't short it, lol.
Sure. Yeah, there's that too. Let me just...
Keen says yes, must solder before disassembly to keep it safe.
Must
Mako
what?
says oh there lol.
Say that again, Keen. Must what? Don't say it again. You must desolder. No, I can't desolder it. That's it. It's
Keen says
soldered.
the solder.
It's soldered. It's in place. It doesn't change now. It's now permanently connected. I need another one there. This was a one-way road, folks. One way.
Pro says is it solder or solder?
What? I sold her at the market. What?
Keen says it was saying solder the other day.
It's saying solder now, isn't it?
Mako says I say solder not solder.
Beak says this is when the whole board delaminates, grins, ducks and runs.
Don't be like that. Oh, this one didn't even go in.
Mako says it depends on the voice, I think Keen.
Beak says sorry, CN.
Pro says quixotic bite your tongue, hey.
Okay, and I need to do one more. And I also need to... It's going to be... turn this around.
Beak says fish.
Can I fit this? Oh my god, I'm really running out of space on my desk. Can almost make, there it is. Okay. I have to do this. And that's the other entry point for power in, which I'm going to have to worry about a little bit later. Well, that's not
Mako
true.
says all for us to see it, eh?
Well, you got to see it. I don't want people complaining that they can't see. Okay, so I got to work out how I'm going to run the power from the other end to here still.
Beak says power to the people.
I'll worry about that later. I'm just going to solve them up for now. Okay, cool. So I need, what do I need? Where is my connector?
Keen says wire would be good for that.
Mako says, I once read something on a Daffroot you need a resistor on the pin coming from the Tinny Pecco.
So say it again, you want a what?
Mako says to not damage the first lead.
One more time, you once said... There is a resistor. I already have one there. Okay, now I need to connect. So I'm thinking I don't need
Mako
that.
says okay.
I don't need that 30 amp power supply because I've got this other power supply. That I'm using for my other logo. Which is...
Beak says MM.
Arcdanian says like the voice stream on my scooter ride home.
Okay, hold on.
Mako says, kidding me or serious?
One sec. I don't think that is going to be... That power supply is going to be big enough. Oh, it's 4 amps. Right, it's 4 amps. I think I'm going to be able to run this without having to use that big PPU power supply. So what I want to do... Where'd I put it? Where'd I just put the cable? Oh, see on, you idiot. I just had the cable in my hand. And it's my last one. Where did I put it?
Keen says on the floor, I think.
Mako says behind the couch, perhaps.
Maybe. Did I keep it in my hand and drop it?
Suntribe says, did you cover it with the sign?
Beak says on the new logo.
I haven't soldered it on yet. Seriously, where did it... I don't know, I just had it in my hand. How funny is this? Is this like a magic trick? Is someone punking me?
Beak says someone replay the stream and see where it went.
Someone punking me?
Electronic Smoke UK says what leaders on the floor at City.
Jerry says I hate when that happens.
Honey Badger says put it in your pocket.
That's a USB connector.
Mako says often it's so close you overlook it.
Got a red and black cable on it with a... That's hilarious.
Mouse Deep says that's me at least 6 times a week, more likely 6 times a day.
Beak says it will be in the last place you look.
Monster Mark says you were looking at it behind the bookshelf.
I mean, maybe I had it and dropped it.
Beak says, can someone rewind the stream?
Mako says next to the power bank.
It's not there. Next to which power bank? Oh my god. Okay.
Beak says, what's that on the right-hand side of the calyx?
Of the what? No, it's not. I've got another one. Do you remember this one? That I put that. Do you remember that? Okay, I can use that one. But seriously, where did I just put the thing? That's
Mako
crazy.
says the black one on the floor isn't today.
No, that's a USB cable. Okay, that's bizarre. That is really bizarre. Okay, so the idea is I'm going to cut this, solder that on as the entry point. Then I can use the power that's there right now.
Beak says, be right back.
Keen says, more importantly, I have fried eggs on toast.
Oh, yum. Don't tease.
Mark Holson says replay of the video shows it's either in your chair or behind the sofa. Hard to tell.
Thanks, Mark. I can't.
Mako says don't go away, geek.
Not in my pockets. That is just crazy.
Electronic Smoke UK says you had it in your hand when you went over to sofa. Pulled it out within your right hand.
So where
Keen
is it now?
says I would share if I could.
Okay, I'm just going to strip these. Should I ferrule these and then connect them? The wires? Or should I just solder the
Mako
wires?
says good to rewind, Mark.
I don't know if I should stick ferrules on them and solder the ferrules on.
Simon says bacon and eggs for all.
Okay.
Keen says always Farrell's.
Always? Even if I'm soldering to pads? Okay.
Mark Holson says check to your left of the logo, maybe just under it. Bruce says I had a nice soft boiled eggs on toast earlier.
Left of the
Mousy
logo.
says use Farrell's.
Left of the logo, or just... I checked behind the couch, is that what you meant? Or you mean on the table? It's not on the table anywhere. Okay, I'm just getting some ferrules out. Oh, come on, open bag. Stupid idiot-proof Ziploc.
Monster Mark says it is connected to the white extension cord.
No, that's my normal logo. I'm talking about the new cable. Okay.
Keen says yes, Farrell's is pronounced like Furels.
Furels? What?
Mark Holson says check Discord, it was in your right hand.
I believe you.
Keen says haha.
Sorry, I'm just crimping some ferrules.
Mousy says bedtime in 15 minutes.
Doing my best. If I hadn't have lost the cable. Whoops. Pulled it off when I did it. That's stupid. That did not work.
Slanty Breakfast says squeak.
These are actually not working at all. I need more.
Arcdanian says at the sender.
Sorry,
Mako
what?
says Christian.
Wow, I'm really struggling with...
Keen says of all the things to derail the project, a vanishing cable.
Yeah, I know. How funny. Or not funny. Okay, that's better. Putting for rules on
Beak says,
sucks.
I am back. What did I miss?
What'd you
Beak
miss?
says, has Cian found the cable?
No, I haven't. But I found an older one. And I cut that up. Okay, done. I now have that I can solder on. Watch me burn my fingers.
Keen says it happens in my workshop all the time. I wonder why.
Because we're careless idiots. Okay, this is not going to work. No. So I wanted both of them on. Would have made bigger pads had I've known I was going to do this. Oh, that's better.
Keen says no, because we have too much bead.
Too much what?
Keen says CRP.
Oh, right. Yes. We do, don't we? Oh, no!
Pro says, I love that you can hear the cockatoos flying overhead.
Mako says ground plane.
Now, I hope I don't rip the pads off. That's my biggest concern right now. So what I should do is... Probably should have done it to start with.
Keen says ground plane flying overhead.
Ha ha.
Noxie says they're not cockatoo, they're rare Australian penguins, lol. Mako says Captain Tape to support it.
Zip tie says hot glue.
You mean like that? No, I'm not hot gluing it.
Mark Holson says, I believe the cable went down the side of the cushion on the right side of the sofa.
Down the side of the cushion on the right side of the sofa.
Mako says,
Oh my
you
God!
can't get it off cablety.
Mark, you were right. Mark, you were right.
Pro says BEAUT file.
It was down here. In the corner. Under the corner. Thank you, Mark. Once again, Mark to the rescue. So, I need to...
Keen says video evidence.
Yeah.
Starting Artist says not possible to drill holes and zip tie the cables, wouldn't trust the tape.
Mark Holson says he dropped it on the sofa and then knelt on it so it fell down.
Ah.
Beak says, did you watch the screen back? Beak says, like I said someone should.
Yes, that's what he did. I don't need this to hold it. I just need it for a little bit of extra support. That's all. The cable won't be moving. The theory is it's not going to be moving around. Okay, so I'm going to... Okay, I need it to go back to here. I need to
Noxie
take...
says, give me a U, give me an M, what does it spell?
Bruce says Mark Olson doing the needful.
Okay, so I need to get this. Oh, right. Can't believe I haven't had another coffee yet. Need a bigger desk. Okay, so Tiny Pico goes in there.
Mako says, I have a comfy cloth chair where even a remote control gets into the sides of the cushion when you sit on it, and when you stand up it is a envie.
Nice. Very nice. Okay, I'm trying to think if I've got a 5-volt power supply here. I probably don't. Or I might underneath. Has it fallen out? Maybe not. Okay, so my options are, well, first I need to take this off. Carefully take this off. I need to turn it back around and mount it back on the other one without it coming apart. Over here. Okay, so I need to unscrew these things again. I know.
Ian says may have used bunch super current monitoring.
Bench P for current. What for? I know what the current's going to be.
Mark Holson says now I can go back to lurking.
Thanks, Mark. Still going to be a 5-hour stream at this rate, but I want to get the whole thing on. I want to get it mounted onto this backing for now. Okay, so we're going to put all this back together again.
Noxie says the current is only a few tiny reasons Cian proved it last stream.
Yeah, it's for my purposes, it's going to be less than an amp. So I'm going to have to find a different 5-volt supply though for now. I'm not going to use that one. I don't want to pull that logo off yet because I don't want to. So there's a problem with mounting this logo on that spot, which I'll show you in a moment once this is all back together again. It's really not that exciting what I'm doing right now. It would be handy if I could zoom out more on the camera, but I can't, so I'm sorry.
Noxie says, is the problem OCD related, Cian?
No, it's Tiny Pico mounted in the wrong spot related. I wasn't planning on mounting it this way. It occurred to me afterwards that I could, but I did not. You'll see. You'll see. And there's no fix for it, really. Other than moving the hole and changing where the mounting stuff is on my wall, which I can do. It's just a pain.
Jerry says it's a little good, Cian.
It's all good. It's mostly good. Come on. Lost it. Lost my nut. Oh, come on. Okay.
Beak says
one more.
Bruce says bar doom tish.
Beak says you should go to a doctor.
I should go to a doctor.
Honey Badger says just one.
Yeah. Okay. So my mounting things are on, which means. Well, that's not very straight, is it?
Mako says I did that until Mum fell.
Okay. Now I need to turn my logo over without breaking the solder contact.
Noxie says Cian is now officially a wormball. No.
I'm officially a what? Now I don't know if I'm going to put the acrylic on the front. I think for now I'm going to pretend I'm not and just put the screws in directly. Where did I put my electric screwdriver? There you are.
Keen says, now I see it all together. I think it is too small, haha.
Yeah, I was going to make it bigger. Oh, nice. You can't see what I'm doing. Sorry. I'm just screwing in. Bloody hell.
Mako says, Keen, you want it to be like the ping pong wall of Looney.
Nah. That's a great project, but not what I want. Zoo.
Beak says, what driver see that?
Now, just to show what I'm planning on doing is putting standoffs. Either standoffs here instead.
Mako says it has blue tape on the legs that are dead seam.
That the acrylic will sit on top of, or I'll just use longer screws and stick the acrylic directly onto the LEDs. I've not decided yet. Until I get the acrylic and cut it and have a look, I don't know.
Mark Holson says you've put it on upside down.
So funny. Not going to get me this time. Oh shit, it's upside down. No, it's not.
Keen says I may need to redesign it with lots of small modular PCBs.
Yeah, good luck.
Mako says, I think direct is nicer.
So there's a reason I didn't do it modular PCBs. It would have made writing the firmware for it frustratingly
Beak says, what
impossible.
screwdriver is that?
It's a ProTech. One I paid way too much money for. Okay. Oh, no, I didn't screw this one in. And one more. If I get a black screw. Not that I'm not racist at all. It's just that I don't want a white screw sitting there ruining the look.
Keen says building the mapping data would indeed be painful.
So painful. So I'd have to do multiple translation layers. Okay, so the reveal. Whoa, that. Ah! Someone screenshot it. Ah! Okay, anyway.
Kayvon says looks great.
So, we're going to light it up.
Beak says a friend has done a wall with 900 of these LEDs on it. The mapping is complex.
Noxie says Cian has a unibrow. Mike says video thumbnail right there.
Thank you.
Jerry says yay. Beak says
So
Mako says only monkeys do that same law.
So I hang on. Is that 5 volt? Pretty sure that's 9 volt.
Slartigodfest says sound effects for authenticity lol.
Beak says power.
I need to find a 5 volt supply.
Mako says we're all well-trained monkeys then.
Slartigodfest says rangers.
Damn, where are my 5 volt power supplies? I might have to go buy another one. Where are all my 5 volt supplies?
Noxie says down the side of the sofa and writes Ian.
Very funny.
Mad Touchy says check down the side of your couch.
No, I might have just used them all. I've got 9s, I've got 12s, I've got 24s. Do I have a 5 here? Maybe I've got a 5 here. What's that from?
Super Chat!
Woo! Who's that?
Speak says, what about the 4 amp one on the sofa?
Oh, it's currently being
says
used.
24 volts works great.
But I have to unplug it. Yeah, I can do that for now. Alexa, turn off logo. Thanks, Mark. Oh, lit. Thank you. Okay. Okay, I can use this
Robert
one.
Chapman says, very nice project, seeing love that logo.
Thank you.
Mako says, aren't the 12 volt ETC just 5 volt with power delivery ETC to enable the 12 volt?
Okay. Plugging this in might be difficult. And plugging it in and getting it into a position that everyone can see might be even harder. And I really need to clean up my desk, make more room. Okay, so we're plugged in. I've only got...
It says, how illuminating.
Ha 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 ha.
Noxie says, balance it on the back of sofa. Just don't lose it down the side.
No, the thing is, I have to... what can I balance this
Pro
with?
says, brace yourselves. The light puns are coming.
Yep.
Mako says, cable too short.
Okay.
Keen says, use your fancy wooden frames.
Beak says, we lit up with excitement at the pun opportunities.
Pro says that looks precarious.
Of course it does. Of course it does. So, oh my god. Okay. I'm going to turn it on. Hope it doesn't go pop. Oh, I need to
Keen
get...
says, see and turn off fire.
Beak says, USB for the tiny Pico.
Mark
No.
Holson says, drum roll.
Alexa,
Noxie
turn off
says,
fire.
I see on something, not quite sure. No, can't think of it.
Okay.
Joe Anon says, take a deep breath.
Now the thing is, I've not powered it this way before. Here we go.
Mark Holson says, boom.
Whoa!
Simon says magic smoke.
Beak says, fingers crossed.
Paul Schulink says, can you ask Mike about Ice Library for the 160 x 80 pixel Street 7735 display?
Mike's right here. You can ask Mike.
Mako says, congrats.
Mike, can you send me a link to your driver for the Tiny Pico display, the LCD display shield, the 160 by 80?
Pro says, huge success.
Well, no. I need to see if I can flash it remotely now. So, and
Beak says, your eye that worked.
hang on. I need to...
Beak says, well, don't see in.
Thank you, but it's not
Pro says
working
that
yet.
sounds like a problem for future CN.
It's not. Just hold on. It's not working yet. Just hold on.
Mark Holson says, my boom was timed perfectly.
Just one sec. Oh, I'm looking for something.
Beak
So
says,
close.
boom, boom, boom.
Where are you? There you are. Okay.
Beak says, aren't we all?
Now let's see if all the pixels work. Oh, no. That's not going to flash. I didn't set the right thing. Hang on.
Mark Holson says, I'm down the side of the cushion.
Noxie says, what about the poor little ridge-sected version 1 sign? Where's that going now? Poor little thing.
You can see the power light from the Tiny Pico there. Okay, yep, can't find the board. Yes, I know that. Let's try again. Okay, I'm flashing it via OTA, hopefully. Let's see if it connects. Yep, here it goes. It's flashing. Ah!
Honey Badger says, what's this effect called scanning bits and bobs?
Yeah, maybe. Okay, 44, 45, 48, 49, 50. I haven't got it animating across.
This is the world's most outrageous progress bar.
Yeah. Okay, go, 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 go.
Kojim says, how many of these are you going to make?
1.
Beak says, flash,
This one. Okay, done. Reboot. Connect to internet. And, yep. And look at that! Woohoo! Okay. It's working. Yeah, you can't control the logo. You can't do it yet.
says, well done, see him looks awesome.
Howard says nice.
Honey Badger says nice. Pro says, I've never been so proud of doing nothing in my entire life. Well done, bud.
Thanks.
Keen says Deborah is impressed.
Thanks, Deborah.
Bruce says, is this Arduino code IDF?
Beak says awesome.
Jerry says awesome.
Beak says well done.
This is in
Says
Arduino.
very nice. Robert says sweet.
Kayvon says hypnotic.
Base Tech Color says it works.
Mark Holson says now code more effects.
Okay.
Slarty Godfist says awesome.
Beak says scanning, searching for intelligent life.
Found 0.
Says well done.
Thanks, folks. So yeah, this is an Arduino.
Honey Badger says, bring out the fermented pineapple juice. Congrats.
I'd like to get this working in MicroPython, but I don't think it's going to be fast enough to display this many.
Mark Holson says, why does my voice sound sarcastic?
Because it's always sarcastic.
Pro says, just wait till CN implements a spectrum analyzer.
Noxie says lol Mark. Yeah, come on, seeing more effects, how lazy lol. Mako says Mark, you're spoiled haha. Paul Schulink says congratulations.
Nicholas says it works.
It works. It does. Okay, so
Suntribe says looks way better than the 7-segment near pixel display. Just kidding. Looks great.
Beak says can has blue and yellow colors now.
Fiona says now I'm sarky in a Scottish accent.
okay, I'll quickly.
Citizen Blank says good to see it working.
Keen says we can all get on with our lives now.
I can't. Oh, right. Yeah, I can't quickly do the Ukrainian flag. Not quickly. I'm still. So, this is using my new XY coordinate system. Because obviously the LEDs go vertically.
Nicholas says predicting magic smoke in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna have to write a whole bunch more functions to be able to do stuff like fill
Noxie
sections.
says when you're not streaming, you should have it showing a digital clock vertically, a bit like your thumbnail part 2 text you did. That would be.
Yeah, well I can do that. What I can do actually is
Arcdanian says, do you know that Platformio is Ukrainian?
No, I didn't know that. Is it really? Wow, I did not know that. I I need to... One second.
Monster Mark says placing my pre-order now. Arcdanian says yes.
Okay, it's compiling. Okay.
K. Vaughan says there's something odd with the top, and sometimes the bottom row of lights it sometimes looks dim compared to the other lit rows.
Mako says ship it.
Fiona says now you need to code Snake or Pac-Man for the logo. Not sure how you'll control it with latency, but...
Arcdanian says and when you try a newest project is broken at the moment.
So I've only got power coming in from one spot right now. I haven't got power distributed across. So it's using the copper plane right now to do it. So if there's any power loss across the board, that's going to be from that. I think what you're seeing, Caron, at the top and bottom is just camera stuff.
Mark Colson says, oops, I called myself Fiona instead of my voice.
Okay, Fiona. That did not work. Why?
Mako says is the green up progress bar of the upload.
Yes, it is. But why didn't
Bruce
this
says
work?
the power distribution as it is pretty impressive, very even.
It is. It's. I'm quite surprised, but that's why I did the four layer thing on purpose for ground and power. Why is this not working?
Nicholas says, can you upload the code over the air?
Mako
yes.
says time for me to go.
That's what I'm doing. This is all over the air. I've got no USB connection to here.
Noxie says, although accidental, if you did do an animation with the fill color on the U and then the M, it would look cool.
Sure, it would look cool, but... So that's only 5%, remember? Brightness. Which is still insane.
Rayburn says, night Mako. Mako says good night and congratulations.
Thanks, mate. Have a good sleep. I need to fix this progress bar as well.
Pro says 100% brightness would be unbearable.
Unbearable. It'd be terrible. Okay, 100% done. Damn it. Okay, I've broken something. It's supposed to be saying done.
Nicholas says, how much power would it consume at 100% brightness?
I don't know if Jay's still here. You mentioned before. I think about 4 amps. No, 2.8 amps or something like that. I think.
Cylon says, how much current?
Yeah. How much of current are you using right now? I have no idea. I've got no way of measuring it. Okay, I've broken my text
Nicholas
writing.
says, wow, that's a lot.
That's nothing. 2.8 amps. I bought a 30 amp power supply. I was expecting
Pro says
14.
was 30 amps originally required.
30 amps wasn't.
So the progress bar is something you added to the OT update code?
That's right. I make it so I can visualize how far it's going. But it was designed for that logo to go all the way around the outside. So the number of pixels it's doing is wrong now. I haven't changed that over. I got the 30 amp power supply expecting that I'd need between 12 and 20 and gave myself headroom. But, yeah, I didn't expect it to be this low. I don't understand why this isn't working now. This is supposed to be writing text.
Nicholas says 12 volts.
Rayburn says, nice logo, seeing well done. When are you building the big one?
5 volts. It's all 5 volts. Yeah, okay. I don't know why this is doing this. actually, hang on. Maybe. What is it?
Electronic Smoke UK says blue text on the blue background.
Mousy says good night all.
Catch you later.
Noxie says it would be interesting to see what the WLED effects look like.
Mark Holson says don't forget to tell PCBWay that it works.
Press says share screen.
Rayburn says night anti-mouse.
Yeah, I'm not going to share the screen at the moment. I've got other stuff open on here that I don't want to come up. Sorry. Hang on, I'm trying something else to fix it. The text. Just hold on. And then I think, wow, 52 people still here. That's crazy. Only 31 likes. Sorry, just kidding. Okay.
Nicholas says I'm going off now. Greetings from Germany.
Catch you later, Nicholas. Have a good sleep.
Pro says a thought for the text-to-speech. Could you make the voice for person says a standard voice for everyone, and then have the message in the...
Michael says don't forget to hang out the washing sign.
Could you make the voice for person says stand? No, I can't. I can't mix voices on the same thing. Sorry. No, it's not drawing. Oh, that is so annoying. I don't know why. That is so annoying.
Geek says I think I need to go to bed now. Thank you, Sam. Great stream.
No worries, Quixotic Geek. Thanks for joining. Okay, one last attempt. If it doesn't work, it's over. And I want to show you still why I can't mount it.
Good night, everyone.
Come on. Wish I could upload faster. I really need to fix that.
Suntribe says this is how Tom sounds like.
Arcdanian says what kind of LEDs are this?
Mark Holson says my studio display comes tomorrow, CN, and my Mac around April 5th.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
Rayburn says night Quixotic.
I asked
Pro says 5 grams Pro S3 when lol.
asked Johnny earlier, but you went online or you were lurking, I don't know. Yeah, that's cool. That's awesome. Yeah, no, not working. Oh well, I've broken text writing.
A scientist says most asked question of the year, what LEDs are these?
Yeah, these
Mark Holson says I know you asked. I was here.
Okay. They're 1515 size SK60. Was it 6805 LEDs? Okay, so mine's not coming at all because I didn't order one. Too expensive for me anyway. Okay, folks.
Noxie says mine's coming 28th to screens and studio.
I just turned it off.
Dean says a big day and big progress, so congrats.
Thank you. So let me quickly show you why I can't mount it right now.
Poncho says make me a U-Pass sign.
So a hole here to mount. Oops. A hole here. These align with what's on the wall, and a hole here. Unfortunately, you might see inside there, maybe not. There's a tiny pico right in there. I don't have the room to mount it. The peg is too long, and it's going to sit. It's going to... Yeah, anyway. So that's the problem. So my only option would be to add another hole, let's say here, and then move the one on the wall down.
Keen says longer standoffs.
I don't want my logo to stick out that far from the wall, and they'd have to be I'd have to add 8 to 10 millimeters. I don't want it that far off the wall, personally. it's already going to look weird the way this will be black, but it's already going to look weird the way it's going to sit on the wall anyway.
Pro says oops.
Yeah. No, well, this wasn't designed to plug onto those pegs. That was an afterthought. I only thought about that the other day when I cut this acrylic. I thought, oh.
Keen says make a TP, no adapter.
Yeah, it won't make any difference. It's still got to plug into the same spot on the PCB. That spot is where the hole is. So that won't help me. Okay. We're done. We're done. Thank you. Thank you all. That was 10 hours almost of logo building. I'm so glad I finished it. And I'm so glad it works. And now I just have to wait for my acrylic to rock up next week.
Says great job.
Thank you, JF.
Joe Anon says bravo.
Thank you. So maybe we'll get back to...
Matt Tucci says thanks for the entertainment. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao. Maybe
Some
we'll get...
tribe says, wait, we have few more minutes.
K. Vaughan says by all. Great work, Cian.
Thanks, Kevin. Maybe we'll get back to normal length streams from now on. That'll be really cool.
Rayburn says night, everyone.
Good night. Thank you all for not abusing the text-to-speech this time.
Ardanian says congrats and bye.
Dave Paul Jones says thanks, Ian. Well done.
No worries, thank you. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe.
Paul says bye, saying good night.
Thanks. And thanks again, PCBWay. Yeah, I'm going to have sponsored by PCBWay appear on the logo every time it boots, I think. At least for a little while. We'll see how we go. Paul, I'll chase Mike down. He seems to have gone.
Mark
Gone to work.
says, don't forget to like.
Yes, don't forget to like. Or dislike. Whichever suits. Okay.
Noxie says don't forget the washing line for Yosian.
The washing line for yours. What? At least I didn't use the oven.
Paul says thank you.
Okay, bye. Really bye. Catch you later. Coffee time.